Good evening. I'm calling to order the February 2nd regular meeting of the Fairfax Town Council. Michelle, will you please take roll call?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Goddard.
I'm here.
Councilmember Kohler.
Here.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Here.
Vice Mayor Cutrano.
Present.
Mayor Hellman.
I'm here.
Thank you. All present.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, approval of agenda and affidavit of posting. Is there someone who'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda and affidavit of posting?
So moved.
Second.
Was that Cutrano? Was that Vice Mayor? Okay, Vice Mayor Cutrano motion, Goddard second. Michelle, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
All ayes.
Thank you. So we had a closed session yesterday and today, and there are no findings to report from those sessions. Moving on to the land acknowledgement, Councilmember Ackerman, would you please?
Yes. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging.
Thank you. Meeting protocol, the mayor shall maintain order at the meeting. The council and the audience. Let's all unmute ourselves. Thank you. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Please turn off all cell phones or in silent mode. The town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. And any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. Before I get into the vacancies and other announcements, does the council have any announcements they'd like to share? No, okay. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't know if you were going to just acknowledge that it was that Black History Month started yesterday, but I just wanted to alert members of the public that the Marin County Free Library has a really amazing interactive format for all sorts of literature, as well as music and video media content for people to engage with as we usher in Black History Month. So that's at marinlibrary.org, but just wanted to put that out there as an announcement.
Thank you. I really appreciate that contribution. There was going to be in the upcoming newsletter some information. So if you have any other suggested content related to that, please share with Camille. So vacancies on boards and commissions, applications are available on the town website or by contacting our town clerk, Michelle Gardner. Her email is on the website. We have one vacancy on the Planning Commission, and the deadline to apply is February 28th. We have a very exciting new Community Emergency Preparedness Committee, and seats are available for community members, CERTs, NRG members, as well as Firewise members. The Climate Action Committee has 4 vacancies. Actually, I think there's one application pending. Parks and Rec has 1 vacancy. The Volunteer Board has 1 vacancy. And our Fairfax Food Pantry operates every Saturday from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. at the Fairfax Community Church, which is located at 2398 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. To receive the town council agendas and newsletters and updates by mail, please visit our website at www.townoffairfax.org to subscribe. All right, this evening we have a
Mayor?
few,
Just on the planning commission, according to the, what's written in the announcements on the agenda, it says the deadline is the 26th. So I just want to,
oh, that's my poor eyesight. Thank you for correcting me. It still looks like an 8. Thank you very much. Okay, we have a few proclamations this evening recognizing members of the community. I'm going to transition it to Council Member Goddard for the first proclamation.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. It is my greatest privilege and honor to read this proclamation in honor of a very special business and family in the town of Fairfax. And you will hear the proclamation with all of the wonderful details and memories. And so please relax, sit back, and listen to us proclaim the glory of the 100th birthday of Deer Park Villa. Let me just open my, give me 1 second here. Make it big enough. And off we go. Okay, so the town of Fairfax proclamation honoring Deer Park Villa for 100 years in business and Harry Geringeli, restaurateur extraordinaire. I really hope that the Geringeli's are tuned in. It's very hard to tell because I'm staring at about 3 open tabs on my screen. If you are, welcome to the meeting. Whereas Deer Park Villa has operated for 100 years, opening in 1922, and whereas in 1927, Joe and Antoinette Geringeli celebrated their wedding night dinner at Deer Park Villa and promised each other, I'm increasing my screen, and promised each other that one day they would purchase the property and business. And whereas in 1937, Joe and Antoinette Geringeli purchased Deer Park Villa, where they raised their 4 kids, Bob, Dolores, Harry, and John. And whereas Joe Geringeli always focused on improving the land at Deer Park through planting the famous redwood tree grove along the wonderful gardens, and whereas Antoinette Geringeli made history as the first female bartender in California and made sure that those in need ate at Deer Park with no charge. And whereas Deer Park Villa has served as a place of employment to hundreds of Fairfax and Marin County residents, and whereas Deer Park Villa has been a gathering place for the community at life's most important moments, from birthdays to anniversaries, from weddings to celebrations of life. And whereas after their parents' retirement, Bob and Harry Geringeli and Dolores Forney operated and kept Deer Park Villa in the family and kept the property pristine and original. And whereas Harry Geringeli has dedicated over 75 years to working at Deer Park Villa, whether it be running the kitchen, bartending, or being the fix-it man of the property, and whereas Harry Geringeli still represents his generation and can be seen around the property, imparting his wisdom to the 3rd and 4th generations of Geringelis who continue to run Deer Park Villa today. And whereas Harry Geringeli arrived at Deer Park Villa at the age of 3 and will be celebrating his 88th birthday on February 10th, 2022. Now, therefore, be it hereby proclaimed that the Town Council celebrates Deer Park Villa on its 100th anniversary and wishes Harry Geringeli a very happy 88th birthday. And be it further proclaimed that February 10th, 2022 is Harry Geringeli Day in the town of Fairfax. And that is the proclamation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciated the accent there in the beginning. Our next,
Mayor, could I just add one thing?
sure.
I just wanted to add that we also owe thanks to Mike Iangeli, who has kept the business running for so many years and is dedicated to continuing to run that business. He has told me until he dies. So, which we hope will be a very long way off. Thank you. And thanks for putting that together. That was wonderful.
Yeah, if anyone hasn't experienced the Mother's Day brunch buffet, I highly, highly recommend it. Let's open the public comment on this item, please.
Sure, I'd be happy to, Madam Mayor. We have the two speakers. The first speaker is Rob, oops, he just disappeared. Oh, and he's back. Rob Freuchtenicht, you are unmuted now.
I actually was raising my hand to speak at a later
Oh,
topic 15 on the sustainability stuff with the town. So I'll lower my hand and let you proceed.
thank you.
Thank you.
We have another speaker. And I'm hearing feedback on someone's computer of the council, I think. You're not hearing. All right. The next speaker is Michael McIntosh. You're unmuted now.
I just want to say, I have sorry about that. I also want to say congratulations to Deer Park. My wife and I were 40 years ago. So at the time, it was one of the few places that could afford those great little dollars. We started in the backseat of a $50 car that I drove, but Girangelli's accommodated us. We had a lovely wedding. And so every time we go by and think about that, I love Deer Park Villa. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Madam Clerk, I think if you mute Rob Freuchtenicht, I think he's not muted, and I think that's where the feedback is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. Okay, any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Otherwise, I'm going to close the public hearing.
I do see one more hand.
I see Kirsten.
Yes. Kirsten, you're unmuted now.
Hi, I'm so sorry. Is this the public comment time?
For the proclamation we just read, yes.
Okay, wrong timing. I apologize. I'll lower my hand.
Okay, no
Thank you.
problem. Okay, we're going to close this public comment. Moving on to the next proclamation honoring a community member, the Town of Fairfax proclamation in memory of Frank Anthony Fredelicio. Whereas Frank Anthony Fredelicio was born in 1930 and lived his entire life in Marin County, except for a brief stay when he was in the Army and stationed in El Paso, Texas. And whereas he was a lifelong resident of Marin County, having graduated from San Rafael High School in 1948. And whereas Frank, his wife, and 6 children moved to Fairfax in 1964, and when he passed away last month at the age of 91, Frank was still living at the same home in the Cascades. And whereas Frank loved the town of Fairfax, and as a boy recalls coming to the town for accordion picnics in the park, and whereas he had a long career with the Northwestern Pacific Railroad and retired from the Southern Pacific Railroad, and whereas following his retirement, he purchased the Fairfax Bakery at 71 Broadway and operated it for many years. And whereas he was a longtime parishioner at St. Rita's Church and previously served on the Men's Advisory Council there. And whereas he instilled a business sense in his children, and his son Paul owns Fredelicio's Ristorante, and his grandson Spencer owns the Fairfax Barbershop. 2 other sons own businesses outside of Fairfax. And whereas he was a longtime member of the Native Sons of the Golden West Fairfax Parlor number 307. And whereas he lived the proverbial life well lived, and in addition to his large family, he leaves many close friends in Fairfax and the surrounding areas who will miss him deeply. Now, therefore, be it hereby proclaimed that in memory of Frank Fredelicio, February 2nd, 2022 is Frank Fredelicio Day in the town of Fairfax. And we can open the public comment on this item. I see John Fredelicio.
You're unmuted, John. Oops, you're remuted, sorry.
There you go. Go ahead, John.
Thank you very much. My name is John Fredelicio, and I'm the oldest of our current 6 children. And on behalf of our entire family, I would like to sincerely thank the mayor and the entire town council for this proclamation for our father. And I have to say, I think it's only fitting that you're recognizing our dad at the same meeting where you're honoring Deer Park Villa, since 4 members of our family worked at Deer Park over the years, and myself personally, I worked there for over 10 years, all through high school, college, as well as law school. So it's a great part of the community. I think my dad is very deserving of this tribute, and he made many close friends during his 60+ years living in Fairfax. He loved the town, and during the time that he and my brother Paul owned the Fairfax Bakery, they made many contributions and donated cakes to the Little League, the local schools, and other charitable organizations. Our father always felt very much part of the Fairfax community, and he would have been proud and pleased to receive this honor. So again, thank you very much for the proclamation, and have a very nice evening.
Thank you, John. Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this?
I do not see any, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'm closing public comment. I guess I failed to call for a motion on the first proclamation. Can we do 2 at once, or do we need to separate them?
I don't
You can
believe
do
we
two.
need,
You can do 2 at once.
Okay, may I have a motion in favor of adopting the 2 proclamations?
I'll move those.
I will second.
Motion Kohler, second Goddard. Michelle, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard,
Heartily, yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano,
Yes.
Mayor Hellman.
Yes,
All ayes, motion passes.
thank you. So our next item 3, I think everyone will also take great interest in this. We are looking to recognize our partners with certificates of appreciation for their responsive, collaborative expertise in support of the timely repair and restoration of Sir Francis Drake Boulevard to full service following the sinkhole discovery on December 13th. And before I transition it to our interim Public Works Director, Jonathan Goldman, I would like to mention that it was a very observant resident named Susan Legnito, who I spoke with recently. She did not want formal recognition, but she did say I could use her name. She noticed the landscape had dramatically changed, and some of the trees and plants that she was used to seeing were no longer there, and she could visibly see the creek, and called it in to our building inspector, Mark Lockaby, who then responded and called it into our police department. And I understand former Chief Morin orchestrated their response, as well as several police service technicians. So this is an example of everyone really doing their job and doing it well, and a really wonderful example of when you see something, say something. And I'm just deeply, deeply grateful for all the parties involved. And with that, Jonathan, will you please identify our wonderful partners who came to the rescue here.
It's an honor to do so, Mayor Hellman. Thank you very much. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Jonathan Goldman. I'm the Interim Public Works Director. Not only do I want to reinforce what the mayor just said about not just people doing their jobs, but members of the community paying attention to their environment and saying something. And I had the great pleasure of calling for help from a number of people who have served the community long before me, and I expect will continue to serve the community of Fairfax long after I'm no longer in this capacity. I've invited all of them to the meeting this evening to hear the recognition, and some of them I know are here, and others weren't able to make it, but they will all. I've asked that they all receive certificates of appreciation from the town. Scott Gelati is the vice president of Majora and Gelati Incorporated. His father, Gary, is well known in Marin County, and at this point, so is Scott, in my opinion. Their supervisor, their foreperson on the project, was Dan Marsili. Scott Stevens is the president, and Michael Jewett is a certified engineering geologist at Miller Pacific Engineering Group, another firm that serves the town as consulting town engineer. Also familiar to me in my tenure with the city of Sausalito. Just excellent, practical, positive and collaborative folks. Drew Getting is the chief executive officer, and Eric Stromberg is the principal landscape architect and restoration director at a firm called Restoration Design Group. I think Eric lives in Fairfax, and again, just really collaborative and helpful in helping us with the Aquatic Resource Regulatory Agency permitting process associated with this emergency work, and have continued to serve the town and help on other projects. And then I also, Sal Italiano is a gentleman, an engineer that I had worked with in the past, who I asked for help, not because I thought that we needed additional help, but he has a lot of experience with quick temporary construction, and is an excellent engineer. And Scott Stevens was graciously willing to have him join our little collaborative team, kind of as in a peer review capacity. And so I personally want to thank all of them and the staff that they contributed to this, the timely completion of this project. And I'm grateful to the mayor and to the council for the opportunity to recognize them publicly. I don't know if any of them would like to say anything, but if so, I encourage them to raise their hand and through the mayor, perhaps give them an opportunity to say something.
Sure, that would be perfectly fine. I'm not seeing any hands. Scott Gelati, I do see. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you guys very much. Majora Gelati and my family has over 100 years of history in Marin County. Our company's been in business now for 55 years, fourth generation myself, my young son hopefully will be the fifth. We're grateful for the phone call and always happy to help the town of Fairfax in any capacity. We appreciate the recognition. The collaboration, as Jonathan mentioned, was excellent. And if you ever need anything in the future, you know where to get a hold of us, and we will always be around to help the towns and cities within Marin County, which has been our home for a very long time. And we're very grateful.
Thank you, Scott.
Can I just add something, Madam Mayor?
Yeah, let me just see if there's any other public comment.
I do not see any, Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Kohler.
I would like to thank our interim public works director, Jonathan Goldman, for leading this effort, as well as some of our folks from DPW contributed to the work that I saw because I frequently go that way. So there's a lot of thanks to go around, and we don't want to forget DPW,
Absolutely not.
John, and Jonathan Goldman. And I'm sure there were others on the DPW staff, but I did see Tall John.
Thank you, Barbara. Yeah, Jonathan, your response was absolutely heroic, and I really appreciate you updating us as regularly as you did, because the community was very, very impacted. All of us used Sir Francis Drake. The school is right there. So our heartfelt thanks to you for knowing how to respond and so swiftly and so effectively. And to the members, our partners who were recognized this evening, you will receive your certificates of thanks via mail. I think I need to formally close the public comment. And I don't know that we don't need to take action on this, right, Michelle?
That's correct.
Okay. So moving on to open time for public expression. This is the time to address the council on matters not on the agenda. This evening, due to our lengthy agenda, we are limiting individuals to 2 minutes, subject to my discretion. The council is not permitted to take action, and state law strictly limits the right of the council to discuss any unagendized items unless it can be demonstrated to be an emergency nature, or the need to take immediate action arose after the posting of the agenda. We're allotting 30 minutes for open time. If there are speakers who have not been called on at the end of 30 minutes, I'll continue open time at the end of tonight's agenda for those individuals to speak. So with that, are there any members of the public who would like to comment on items not on the agenda this evening? If so, please raise your hand if you are on Zoom, or press *9 if you're calling in by phone. And please remember, you're limited to 2 minutes.
I see a number of raised hands, starting with Jody Timms, followed by Kristen. Jody, you're unmuted.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Jody Timms, Cascade Drive. I'm pinch hitting a bit for Josa tonight, our commissioner, so I just want to mention quickly a few things about—
Jody, we'll give you 4 minutes because you're talking on behalf of an organization, right?
Okay, good. I'll go as fast as I can. So on behalf of the Commission on Aging and Age Friendly, just want to mention a couple of events. Tomorrow, Voces de Canal is the presentation at the Commission. Residents from the Canal neighborhood will be sharing what they've been up to build cohesion and community. Also, Breakfast with Friends will be on the 16th of February at Barefoot Cafe, as usual. Also, the Age Friendly Marin Forum this month is on employment for folks over 50. And then also the Age Friendly Task Force meeting will be the last Friday of the month. All that information is on our town website. So we encourage people to check it out and attend if they'd like to one of our events. Also want to mention that at the task force meeting last week, the resident service coordinators from both Bennett House and Victory Village were present, as well as the RCD Director of Social Services, and we had a great conversation about some of the issues that have been happening at Victory Village with folks trying to settle in with mental health challenges, etc. I was also part of another conversation today with Dr. Jai Africa from the county on mental health issues in housing. So there's good dialogue going on. I'll be setting up a lunch with the 2 resident service coordinators from those 2 facilities here in town to continue to support them and stay in communication with how things are going. I wanted to quickly also mention that the library starting Monday will be holding AARP tax assistance appointments between 10 and 2. You do need to call for an appointment to set that up if you need some help with your taxes. So you would call AARP 415-320-6191. That's also part of the age-friendly newsletter. And also just, I guess, quickly wanted to mention, there's been a lot on the Climate Action Committee front. There's been a lot of great national and state climate news lately. We don't often get a lot, but it's been some good wins. And we're also really excited and very grateful, the Climate Action Committee, to have the new shared staff member coming on board, the Climate Action Coordinator, starting in 10 days. So just want to thank the council for all your help and support on that front. And also just want to quickly mention, with my 350 Marin hat on, that we are pulling together a paid college internship that we hope will be someone that can support the chairs and the members of both the Fairfax and the San Anselmo Climate Action Committees, and help all of us with all of the initiatives and really move things along. So thank you very much for all your support, and I hope you got all those details. Check the town website if not. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jody.
The next speaker is Kirsten, followed by Chris P. And Kirsten, you're unmuted now.
Hello, everyone. I just want to quickly say, that places like Deer Park Villa and Fredelicio's are part of the historic heart of this beautiful town. And I do know that so many people would have been calling in their support if this was more widely known. I hope that the Deer Park families and the Fredelicio families know this, and perhaps the town can put out a special social media blurb or an email about the details of these proclamations. They were really touching to hear. So what I wanted to say, what I came here to say tonight is this. As a citizen of Fairfax, I'm requesting that the town council put the following subject on the next agenda. I feel strongly that we as a town need to consider endorsing the group called Our Neighborhood Voices. They are an organization in process of gathering 1 million signatures to get on the ballot, a measure that would give back development control to local towns after all the recent ABAG state building laws went into effect on January 1st, which take away a lot of local control. So I'm curious why Fairfax is not on the list of endorsees. There are a lot of communities that are, and a lot of mayors, council members that have their name down, such as Carla Brown, Mayor of Pleasanton, Susan Candle, Mayor of Lafayette, Anita Anandar, Mayor of Los Altos, Marie Blankley, Mayor of Gilroy, Renee Spring, council member of Morgan Hill, where Garrett Toy is from, and so many more. Kevin Haroff, Mayor of Larkspur. There's Rohnert Park, there's a supervisor and treasurer, and it just goes on and on. So I would like the town to look into this group and consider putting it on the agenda. We really want to know if the town council is pro-development or would like to actually challenge the state about these arcane laws that have just come through. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kirsten.
The next speaker is Chris P., followed by Megan Maddock. Chris, you're unmuted.
Hello, everybody. My name is Chris Parando. I'm a lifelong Fairfax resident, and I'm here tonight to talk about how rent is increasingly unaffordable for Fairfax residents and why I think the Fairfax Council should consider passing a rent control ordinance to help our struggling working class. As for me personally, I'm lucky enough to have a dad that hasn't kicked me out of the house yet, but I'm 25 years old now, and I'm trying to start a life of my own here in Marin. But that's nearly impossible because of the rising rents in the county. About 10 years ago, my mom was a renter in Fairfax. She was paying $2,100 a month for a double. Now that same complex for a single is $2,900 a month. If I was working minimum wage job, all of my money would be going to rent, and I still would not be able to afford that apartment. Because of my living situation, I'm lucky to not have to worry about this currently, but I'm one of the few. Me and my organization, Marin Democratic Socialists of America, have been meeting with Fairfax residents outside of Good Earth and at their own doors since early November. And some of the stories we've heard would break your heart. Single parents will have half their income go to rent and barely have enough for that for food. Kids attending Archie Williams are coming to terms that they might have to say goodbye to lifelong friends because their parents haven't gotten a raise to match increasing rents. Nobody's having an easy time, especially with most jobs having been impacted at some point during by the current pandemic. And unfortunately, we cannot count on landlords to raise rents out of the goodness of their hearts. We need actual legislation in place that is designed to protect our working class, who are predominantly renters. Marin DSA would like to be given the opportunity to make a full presentation to the town council about this critical issue as soon as that can be arranged. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris.
The next speaker is Megan Maddock, and you're unmuted now.
Hi, my name is Megan Maddock, and I'm a resident of Fairfax, and I'm really concerned about the lack of affordable housing in Fairfax and Marin in general. I work with low-income children and families in Marin, and I know housing issues are truly impacting our neighbors. I've also been volunteering with the DSA campaign to pass rent control in Marin, and we're starting in Fairfax. Been part of the tabling outside of Good Earth and the canvassing door to door, and it seems like this issue is also really important to my neighbors as well. Through our campaign, we've collected over 300 petition signatures in support of a rent control ordinance for Fairfax, and we definitely need it. The research that we've collected through our campaign shows that 1/3 of Fairfax residents are renters. Almost half of those renters are spending more than 30% of their income on rent, which is huge. It's actually what I'm doing, and that more than 70% are considered some form of low income. So rent control is truly needed in Fairfax and in Marin to keep thousands of our neighbors in their homes and in our communities. And I'm asking that the town council give us, the DSA, the opportunity to make a presentation to the town council about this issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Megan.
Madam Mayor, I do not see any other raised hands.
Okay.
Mark Bell has raised his hand. Mark, you're unmuted now.
As you continue to read this racist land acknowledgement statement at the beginning of each meeting, which in walk speak is totally performative, we used to just call it hypocritical. I really don't understand why you continue with this attitude. I don't think any of you have ceded your houses over to the Miwok. I'll start with you, Chance, since you were so derogatory in your body language to me at the last meeting. I understand you don't own a house, but maybe your parents do, if your parents are still alive. Have they ceded a house to the Miwoks? Are you their only child, or are there more children? Are you going to get the house when they die, or a part of the house? Have you ceded that proportion over to the Miwoks? I doubt it. Performative. Bruce Ackerman, you at one point owned 2 houses. I'm sure you still own at least 1. So, I mean, I think I can go down the list, and I think you would understand the point that I'm making. The hubris of this council is phenomenal. And you continue every meeting. And actually, even the one for the Res J land acknowledgement was even more than that. And you also, in the Res J, wanted the Fairfax residents to pay reparations to the Miwoks, when it's already been proven that there were hominids or Neanderthals on North America well before there's a record of the Miwoks by 15 to 23,000 years. So why don't you say we're living on unceded Neanderthal land? Because the Miwoks wasn't ceded to them.
Thank you, Mark. Your time has ended. And I'd like to remind you, and I apologize to my colleagues for not intervening. I'd like to remind you, Mark, that we have a protocol I read earlier to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. And so as you tend to call in regularly, I would appreciate you acknowledging and supporting our meeting protocol in the future. Thank you. Okay, are there any other?
Yes, there is Michael McIntosh. You're unmuted now.
Thank you, Town Council. This is actually in support of Mark's last statement. And yes, I do direct this directly to our mayor. And I have seen when I have also presented information to this council during open time, where one time you were taking your hand and cutting yourself on the neck, saying, shut him down, cut him off. So honestly, I believe Mark is correct that all of you guys should offer the same civility to your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
I see no more hands if you want to close it.
Thank you. I'm now closing open time. And we are moving on to the consent calendar. The council may approve the entire consent calendar with one action. In the alternative, items on the consent calendar may be removed by any council member or staff member for separate discussion and vote. The opportunity for public comment on consent calendar items will occur prior to the town council's vote on the consent calendar.
Mayor,
Before we go to open comment, does council have any questions on any item on consent?
I have two items that one is just an edit that I can do after. But
Okay.
when I was advised by the town manager, I had asked that we have something on consent regarding the mayor sending a letter regarding the California Public Utilities Commission net energy metering 3.0 proceeding, which would have an impact on residential solar. And unfortunately, it did not make it onto consent, but I was advised by the interim town manager that because it can become part of my council member report, which I believe is item 6 on MCE. MCE sent a letter to CPUC on this proceeding, and I'm requesting that as part of our approval or going forward on the consent calendar, that we add that the mayor send a letter to the CPUC on the net energy metering 3.0 proceeding, and they're expected to make a decision by February 10th. So we have a sample letter from MCE, and I think staff can work with you to tailor that for Fairfax.
Okay.
And then I just have an edit to one item. I'm sorry, Adam.
Sorry, Councilmember. Madam Mayor, as a supplement that was attached to your agenda, that sample letter there
That's
is
right.
there under committee reports, and we would request that when the council approves the consent item this evening, that they give staff direction to submit the letter as requested.
Okay, thank you. I'm just pulling it up. Councilmember Goddard.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Kohler, for catching that in time and for bringing that to us. Incredibly important and timely. I just wanted to make a comment on consent, and that is on number 8. We received a quarterly report from Fairfax Recreation and our community services activities. And those were activities that took place from October through December of 2021. And I just wanted to send my congratulations and thanks to our Fairfax Rec and Community Services department for their heroic work in continuing things, not only through the pandemic, but continuing to serve with increasing numbers of programs for older adults, with a very small department, small staff of mighty and passionate and very committed folks to our town, and really the sort of heart and spirit of keeping things fun in this town. I just wanted to send a great thanks to Ann Manis, to Maria Baird. It's actually Ann and Maria at this point, and Camille for all she does. So thank you.
Thank you for calling that out. So important. And there's some good stuff on the horizon too. Anyone else?
I just want to add, I'm not sure if it's appropriate to do it now, that we have supplements on item 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, just so, and those were posted. So when we move forward,
They should be noted in the motion.
yeah, and sorry for not raising my hand.
No problem. Okay, I'm going to open the public. Do you want to lower your hand, Renee? Okay, I'm going to open the public comment now. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on any items on the consent? If so, please raise your hand or press *9 now. Mark Bell.
You're unmuted now.
I guess I'll take my time now, since at the last meeting when I wanted to comment, there was no public comment on a consent item that was pulled. I think that's a violation of the Brown Act. I wanted to comment first on items 10 and 12. I don't know what the salaries are, but I think what we're looking at as far as the Climate Action Committee is there are a lot of things that people can do without us hiring someone, and maybe rebates given to people instead of paying a salary of someone will have a much more positive effect. For example, gas leaf blowers. Oakland has a ban. There are a lot of places in the Bay Area who have bans on gas leaf blowers. The state of California has one that's going to be coming into law in a couple of years. Why aren't we being proactive on that and starting that now? We could use that money as rebates or promotion for people to get rid of their gas leaf blowers and buy electric ones. Another point on that would be appliances. I mean, we even have members on the town council, and I'm sure there are other people in town who have appliances that are not Energy Star efficient. That could also be a rebate to them, along with the MMWD and whoever else is offering them. I don't understand why we're spending money on a consultant. And number 15, I'd like to know what's happening with the farmers market. Can we enact a situation that we did in the mono parking lot where only acoustic music would be allowed? Because let's face it, if you're using amplified music, you're using energy, which is against the Climate Action Committee directives and what they want to do.
Your time is up. Thank you. Are there any
Madam Mayor, I don't see any other speakers.
Okay, I'm closing public comment now. And bring it back to the council for final comments, or if we're ready to enter, go ahead.
Just a quick one on item 10, which is just a quick edit that I think I had provided prior, but I think with all the supplements it got missed. And this is on the classification job description. On the last page, item 4, the first bullet talks about the education and experience that's required. And then at the end, it says, or demonstrable professional experience working in environmental or planning fields. And I think it should say, or demonstrable equivalent professional experience. That's the way I've written these kinds of things in the past, so that we're sure that it's equivalent to something like a degree if they don't have a degree, but it's equivalent. So that's what I thought, just one quick edit to item 10, and that would apply to the supplement. So that's all. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any other comments?
I'd be happy to make a motion.
Wonderful.
We'll see how I do. I could get Barbara's backup on this one. So I would move consent with the supplements to items 10 through
14.
14, with the one change to the supplement.
Item 10 on the job classification.
Okay, Barbara, you take it.
I'm just adding, that's your friendly amendment.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's the motion.
I would second that.
The item 6 supplement as well.
I didn't hear that, Bruce. What?
Oh, and the change to item 6. The change to item 6.
With the addition of the direction to the mayor to. You're muted, Barbara.
Send the letter to CPUC.
Right.
That's item 6.
Right. Okay. Captured, noted. We have motion Goddard, second Kohler. Michelle, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano,
Yes.
and Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
All ayes, motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to the regular agenda, item number 16, receive municipal fleet electric vehicle infrastructure status update and adopt resolution to appropriate funds and authorize town manager to 1, negotiate public work up to $25,000 for improvements to photovoltaic system at the pavilion to provide level 3 EV charging capability without ground disturbance. 2, purchase 1 Beam Global Solar EV Arc M with charge point dual port J1772 plug mobile solar panel electric vehicle charger systems at California State Department of General Services contract ID 1186116 prices. And 3, sole source purchase of 1 2022 Ford F-150 Lightning Crew Cab 4x4 Lightning Pro EV. And with that, would Interim Public Works Director Jonathan Goldman, Police Chief Rico Tabaranza, and Finance Director, may I have the staff report, please? I don't know who's going first.
I'm going to go first. I'm going to try and share my screen and drive a brief presentation. I recognize that this is a lot of information in the staff report, and hopefully I'm successful in distilling it down. Can you all see my slides at this point? Excellent. That's the first time that's happened. Just very briefly, staff recommendation here. There's a lengthy staff report, and we're asking that the council receive that report, that status update, as the mayor read, in terms of the recommended actions or the proposed actions. Where staff is recommending 3 things happen, and in the fiscal impact section of the staff report, the details associated with existing budget appropriations as well as supplemental appropriations that would be necessary in order to accomplish all 3 of these things are listed. A little bit of background here, and again, lots of information. So I encourage anybody who has questions, to read the staff report, and certainly follow up with me if there are other questions tonight, and depending on what council does. But the Town's Climate Action Plan 2030 established the following key strategies: clean and renewable power, deploy and efficiently use clean, renewable, and locally sourced electricity generated on-site and transmitted through the power grid, electrification and fossil fuel phase out, upgrade and replace carbon-intensive fossil fuel-based infrastructure throughout the transportation and building sectors, and with a preference for electric power. As council and members of the community know, the police department will soon receive, at no cost to the town, a Ford Mach-E. It's not quite clear. The chief pointed out that he believes it's going to be a 2022 model Mach-E. My guess is that's probably correct, and I don't know how I got the idea it was 2023, but I want to make it clear that the expectation is that it is the soonest, the most available model as soon as it can be acquired, and that will replace an internal combustion engine vehicle that was lost in a collision at no fault of the town's. The town's non-police internally combustion engine vehicle fleet includes a number of vehicles, but I'm listing 3 here that are candidates for replacement with the Ford F-150 Lightning. Just want people to know, for example, that the oldest of those is a 1998 model. We relatively recently had to incur several $1,000s in repair expenditures for that vehicle. So that would certainly be a candidate if we get one Ford EV pickup truck. I think that would be a candidate for surplusing and retiring, but I'm not asking council to make that determination tonight. The town has no existing electrical infrastructure at the courtyard to accommodate the police department's new EV and to begin a transition to an all-electric fleet. So long-term, in my judgment, and this is in part based on communications with the police chief and the knowledge that I have about the demands of what I refer to as first response vehicles, not just police pursuit vehicles, but any vehicles that the town would need to rely on in the event of a disaster, flood, wildfire, evacuation, and things like that. In my judgment, in the long run, we need level 3, which is the fastest electrical capability to recharge an electric vehicle, coupled with energy storage to reduce our reliance on the grid in that kind of circumstance. Alternative power sources, should battery storage be inadequate, for example, photovoltaic solar panels. I don't know that wind is particularly feasible, but alternative power sources, should battery storage be inadequate, with the objective of providing resilient and reliable capability for the first response requirements of all the town's departments. Updating and more resiliently interconnecting all of that really warrants a design process and microgrid planning. Councilmember Ackerman is very knowledgeable and I think shares these objectives. In addition to that, there's the need to, in my judgment, look at the configuration of municipal vehicle parking, employee parking, circulation, the opportunity to install additional photovoltaic panels on sun-exposed open areas in the courtyard and potentially other places, security improvements, as well as other infrastructure to allow the town to harvest rainwater and make the best use of the reclaimed water that's available to the town, so that we're less reliant on potable and drinking water for landscape irrigation and things like that. Staff's recommendation for this longer term piece of the package is that council includes these kinds of objectives or consideration of these objectives in its strategic planning process beginning next month and the budget process for next fiscal year. In the short term, the staff recommends that we pursue 2 parallel paths to ensure that when the electric vehicle that the police department is going to receive arrives, that we can recharge it as quickly as possible. Those 2 parallel paths involve, 1, taking advantage of the photovoltaic system that is already installed on the roof of the Pavilion building, spending money to acquire whatever additional equipment is necessary to allow a level 3 vehicle charger, and I think that would be at least a battery and a charger. And Councilmember Ackerman can probably provide some additional details. But make improvements to the electrical infrastructure at the Pavilion building to allow level 3 charging of the police department's EV. It's not clear how quickly that can be accomplished, and that's one of the reasons that I'm recommending, or the primary reason that I'm recommending, especially if council concurs and authorizes the purchase of an electric vehicle for the non-police fleet, recommending the acquisition of a standalone solar-powered Beam Global Aarp unit at state contract prices. So one of the advantages of the fact that both the federal government and the state Department of General Services have already done competitive procurements and have standing contracts with this particular San Diego company to produce these units. They're produced in several different configurations, but the state of California recently purchased another 52 of them. The Marine Corps has purchased them. The federal government has purchased them. So my recommendation is that we do both of those, and then consider including additional budget to further improve on those capabilities during the course of council's process and the budget process for 2022-23. I neglected to mention that one of the advantages to the Beam Global units, setting aside the fact that there's a state contract, setting aside the fact that they don't require any grid tie at all. They're capable of being tied into the grid and modified in the future, but to increase the charging capacity and things like that. Well, one of the advantages is that they are committed to delivering a unit within 90 days of receiving a firm order. So there's more certainty about when we would have the capability to charge one or two of the electric vehicles that that we're talking about here. And then finally, staff recommends that the town approve the sole source purchase of 2022 model Ford F-150 Lightning. We have a firm quotation for, actually the quotation was for two. I've divided that quotation in half with the appropriation of $4,700, just an estimate, but to allow, if the vehicle that this pickup truck would replace has Amber emergency lighting equipment, has a Marin Emergency Radio Authority mobile radio. We want to make sure that that equipment gets transferred to the new vehicle so that it can enter service as quickly as possible. And then finally, similarly, a recommendation that based on what we find with what council does choose to procure as quickly as possible, continue the consideration of either of any number of things, but potentially additional electric vehicles, potentially additional work to improve the speed with which the Beam Global unit could charge. In other words, tie that unit into the existing grid power at Town Hall, or tie it more effectively into the photovoltaics and the inverters associated with the pavilion. So I won't reread the recommended motion. I know that the police chief and the finance director are here, and to the extent that they'd like to add anything, now would be a good opportunity, and then otherwise happy to answer questions.
Do we have questions? I didn't see who was up first, so I'm just going to go Vice Mayor Cutrano.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you so much, Interim Public Works Director Goldman and Chief Tabaranza and Financial Director Vivrette. This is awesome. This is really excellent news. I had two questions. One, the first one, just confirming that So we'll skip over level 2 and we'll just, everything moving forward, the infrastructure back in the courtyard will just be level 3, right? And then the second question is, I think the Transportation Authority of Marin only gives EV infrastructure grants for level 2 at this time, but they do give, we have an EV fleet grant program at TAM, and that is $5,000 on top of a state grant or rebate, I guess, for $5,000. And I was wondering if you've spoken with the folks at TAM to facilitate that process to make sure that we're getting those fleet dollars. Thanks.
Just really briefly, good questions. The ability to charge at level 3 is leaves, and here's a good way to compare the two. What we currently have with internal combustion engines is we have energy storage in the form of fuel. And when a police car, for example, a pursuit vehicle that is expected to work all 3 shifts every day, 7 days a week, when it's low on energy, it's easy to completely refuel it in a very short period of time. So, and I won't speak for the police chief, but in concept, if we want that same level of reliability for, and police pursuit are the vehicles that would most likely be expected of, we need to be able to recharge it as quickly as possible. And the technology available today, both in the vehicles and the charging systems, are level 3 chargers. It's 480 volt direct current as opposed to alternating current, which is household, and household is almost never delivered at 480 volts. It would be an industrial or commercial situation. So again, from a kind of long-term perspective, I think that a mix of level 3 and level 2 is probably a good concept from a fleet management perspective. But because we aren't a big community, we don't have a big fleet, in time of disaster, the public works vehicles, and you all have seen them, October 24th was a good example where potentially 12 or more hours a day, vehicles are out in the field, their lights operating, their radios operating, while employees are clearing storm drains, et cetera. And so the ability, if we can't refuel that vehicle, assuming that the duration of the disaster lasts longer than whatever the duration that electric vehicle can operate without being recharged, we need to be able to recharge it quickly. That is actually the primary reason why I think going through a much more detailed design process and trying to figure out what the best mix of photovoltaics and grid power and electrical storage is the best way to figure out how that happens in the long run. And remind me of your second question, because
second question was just whether or not you've engaged with TAM yet regarding EV fleet rebates. I think it's up to 10 grand.
I've actually engaged with several different organizations, and Councilmember Kohler had some questions before the meeting. Were council to approve, any of these purchases at the meeting this evening, I think then, and in fact, even I recently authorized the installation of an electric vehicle, a dual port electric vehicle charger at the parkade, because one was omitted when the parkade was constructed. So with a firm order for something like that, I'm then in a position to work with TAM, PG&E, Bay Area Air Quality Management District, Marin Clean Energy, any entity that has a rebate or a grant funding program to try to maximize the reimbursement or the rebates that we get to reduce the town's cost in doing all of this.
Great, thank you so much.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to thank Chief Tabaranza for researching and finding the Ford Mach-E. I know he took to heart the last discussion and really looked into something that would work for the police. But one of the things that I noticed, and I have to apologize, this report was very complex and confused me a little bit. And it occurred to me that even though there's no cost for that that vehicle because the other one was lost in a collision, I believe we usually approve the purchases of police vehicles, and I don't see that on the resolution, nor do I see that on the recommended motion. So I think I will ask the attorney that question. But the other piece I see here that kind of, I think I was getting the Lightning, whatever we call that truck, confused with the police vehicle. And I'm wondering if, and Jonathan, I have every respect for your knowledge on these things, but have you talked to the crew about the utility of such a vehicle, given that even though we have a 1998 vehicle that is probably getting close to its last legs, is this the right time to get something like this? Have you talked to the guys about their willingness to use something like that that's going to need to be charged probably quite a bit during their work day? And is this something they feel comfortable with that will work for them through a lot? And the other question I have, and I'm sorry to throw so many questions at you, do we typically outfit the DPW trucks with Mira radios, and are they part of Mira? I thought that was really for police. So, and I know we're talking about the level 3 charging, but we're not there yet. So if we're talking about level 2 charging, which we can afford right now, I'm a little concerned.
What do you mean we're not there yet? What do you mean by that?
We're not there yet. We're authorizing a level 2, and it's quite expensive to do the level 3 at this point. It requires a lot more infrastructure. So I guess my question is this the right time to get a truck for DPW that they might have to charge every few hours in an emergency? My first question to our town attorney is, should we have our motion include the Ford Mach-E as well? So we're approving the purchase of that vehicle. And should we have the resolution changed? And then my second questions are really directed at Interim Public Works, Jonathan Goldman, Director.
Well, I think that as to the first question of whether we should include it, it's a question of timing.
Well, it's ready. So do we do it? They're ordering it. So it's not a question of timing. They're ordering the Mach-E.
Jonathan, are you on mute? Did you say something?
It's not Jonathan. It's Chief Tabaranza's vehicle.
Okay.
Chief Tabaranza, aren't you ordering that vehicle now?
Yes, we are.
And so are you requesting permission to replace that?
Well, it was my understanding that because town funds aren't being used and it's part of a private insurance process, that there was no requirement to gain permission or anything to replace the vehicle that was there. That's at least what I got from interim town manager.
If you're not requesting an expenditure of funds, so that's correct. You don't need permission to do that. But so you're replacing something that already existed and it's being paid for otherwise. So no, I think it'll be fine. It's
okay. Well, that's fine. All right. Thank you. So my other questions are for Director Goldman about, is 3 questions. Have you talked to the guys about, will this work for them in an emergency where they're out for 12 hours days? And given that we're looking at level 2 right now, should we wait until we can figure out if we can do level 3. And thirdly, do DPW vehicles usually have mirror equipment in them? I didn't know that they did.
They do, and we have
great.
and we have Mira portable radios,
Okay,
as
great.
do all of the public works agencies in Marin County, and they're essential for communication with both police and fire.
That's fine. I just wasn't aware of that. Okay.
In answer to your second question, the recommended actions tonight provide a level 3 charger at the pavilion and a dual head level 2 solar powered unit that would be placed somewhere in the corporation yard.
Okay.
So just for clarity, it's not so that provides some clarity. I have not spoken with town staff, with the exception of Mark Lockaby, the building official, who has repeatedly expressed interest in having an electric vehicle instead of a hand-me-down internally combustion engine police vehicle. But more importantly, I think there's another element of clarification that you may not realize that you need. I have no expectation that the Ford F-150 Lightning would have to be recharged at all during normal duty hours. The equipment, the level 2 solar powered charger, stores energy in the form of a battery. So a vehicle that isn't being used can be charged at night. And a fully charged vehicle, I would expect to be able to last more than 12 hours in doing what it does, especially because we actually don't drive very many miles, and that's the most significant energy consumer for an electric vehicle. So the short answer is I haven't spoken to staff about it, and I don't expect that there would be any objection to having an electric vehicle. Councilmember Ackerman has a lot of expertise in this area, and I don't know whether any others own electric vehicles, but I think he can help with the duty cycle.
I don't need further explanation. I think your explanation really helps. So I appreciate that, and I apologize for my confusion. Thank you.
Councilmember Goddard.
Very, very quick. I thank you. I'm actually quite overwhelmed with all that you've been able to bring to us, and thank you to the chief for being so responsive. I'm just curious about the Aarp 2020 unit, and forgive me for not really understanding the level 2, level 3 differentiation, but is that a fast charging unit?
Oh.
Is the Beam Global Solar EV Aarp, is that a fast charging? Are we able to get the fastest possible charging unit?
So again, the recommendation for equipment that would get added at the pavilion will provide the fastest charging capability that's available.
Okay.
Level 3, and I don't remember the numbers exactly, but I think at 480 volts DC, and Councilmember Ackerman, please help me if I get into trouble too much. 480 volts DC at 150 kilowatts is, I think, what that equipment would be capable of delivering, and I believe that's the fastest that the E-Mustang or the F-150 Lightning can be charged. We could acquire level 3 charging with Beam Global units, but it would require 3 of them, and they're $90,000 a piece. The only other way, we may be able to do something else with additional inverters and the existing town electrical system, But the only way that I'm aware of, setting those aside, that we can get the fastest possible charging is to spend a significant hundreds of thousands of dollars to bring high voltage from PG&E into a significant electrical panel that would have to be installed on town property. And then level 3 chargers could be tied into the grid via that system.
Okay,
So
you
hopefully that
completely answered my question. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Ackerman.
So yeah, I too am very excited about all of these movements and very appreciative of Jonathan for your putting all this together and you're bringing it to us, and I appreciate it's a lot to absorb. So I know this is the time for questions, and so I'll wait until after we get public comment. But I do have a comment, and I'd like to add a slight amendment just to clarify, just to give us the freedom to explore some possible other ways to do the level 2 charger in the courtyard. But I'm supportive of this plan as it's laid out, unless we have another plan that appears to be viable within the next couple of days of just having a chance to talk about it. I have talked with Jonathan and on several occasions about this, and I think this is a great plan. So I'll leave it at that, I'm happy to help answer any questions, but basically the level 3 chargers normally are 480 volts from PG&E, which, as Jonathan says, to get that to the corporation yard is a very expensive proposition. What's an unusual capability of this inverter that we've been talking about for a year now, and I know it seems like that disappeared off the radar. That particular inverter has the capability of providing a level 3 charger. It's also bi-directional, and the car can then run the building. It does all this wonderful stuff, but that inverter is the one that we've been talking about on the pavilion. That's what that first item in Jonathan's request is for, is to, now that that inverter is finally becoming available after a year of it being on hold because UL certification wasn't happening during COVID. And so the whole thing has been on hold, but that inverter looks like it's becoming available. And that's another way to get a level 3 charger that doesn't require a 480 volt line. So that's the magic of that. That's why we would end up under this proposal with the level 3 charger on the pavilion. That's not the ideal place for the police to charge their vehicle. And it is only the police vehicle that would really need the level 3 charger, because they intend to use that vehicle around the clock. So they need to charge it quickly between shifts. The F-150 has about a 300+ mile range, and it's just typically not driven that many miles under service. It's driven to a site, and then some work is done at that site. The battery should last for days on that vehicle. So we don't need a level 3 charger. Level 2 charger, which is the conventional kind like we have in the parkade, is absolutely fine for the F-150. And in fact, more of them will be needed long-term as we electrify more vehicles.
Bruce, if it's okay, I'm going to open the public comment and we can come back for final comments. Unless you have any other clarifying questions, I'd like to open. Okay. I'll take that as a yes. I'm now opening the public comment. Michelle, will you please call on the speakers?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I see one raised hand. That's Rob Fredelicio. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name.
Great job. Great job. Thank you. Hi, my name is Rob Fredelicio. I want to thank you, all the council members, for your pursuit of responsibility in terms of the environment, economics, and social responsibility. I've been in the electric vehicle space for 20 years, been working directly with Stanford University on really game-changing transportation solutions, sustainable transportation solutions that reduce dependency on traditional vehicles. And I'd like to offer my assistance to help Fairfax in any way that I can. I've been working with the directors and vehicle fleet directors of Stanford University and all of the University of California in their pursuit of carbon neutrality. I made electric police vehicles for about 20 years. I make facilities management products. And it's really kind of compelling stuff. I won't get into the details of it here, but I just want to say I would love to offer any help that I could. I'm not really the guy to talk about the level 3 charging, but I'd like to address Councilman Ackerman. I agree with you with correct planning and the cost of the infrastructure for the level 3 charging, which has nothing to do with my products. What is the cost of that in implementing that system versus the cost of planning in a different way, i.e., this may not be possible, a secondary vehicle for the police department or something that may cost much less than the infrastructure for the level 3 charging. Either way, my name is Rob Fricknick. The chief of police has my number. The mayor has my number. And again, I appreciate all you're doing for the town. And, you know, that's all I have to say for right now. But I'd like to offer both patrol possibilities and also facilities management products that can reduce the carbon footprint, reduce dependency on vehicles, improve operational efficiency. And there's more to the story, but I'm running out of time. So thank you so much.
Rob.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
I see Jody Timms.
Yes, Jody, you are unmuted now.
Again, good evening, council members and mayor. I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that you're doing. I'm sorry that breaking up a little here, but this is just such an important issue to me and to the future of our children and our grandchildren and the planet. And a lot of us have really worked hard to get to this place. And I just so appreciate this moment in time, and particularly Jonathan and, Enrico. They've just totally come around, and I'm just so thrilled and excited. So just thank you all so, so much. And Rob, definitely please get in touch with the Climate Action Committee. We could use your help and support as well. Thanks.
There are no more raised hands, Madam Mayor. If you want to close it.
I will. I will close the public comment now and bring it back to council for deliberation. Bruce, you want to continue where
Okay.
your hand's still up? Do you want to continue where you left off?
Put it back up again. So let me be quick here. I totally support this and I'm ready to make a motion, except I would like to add and I wrote it down to be able to go quickly, but I have to find it. Here we go. I'd like to just add, so that we have the option to just complete the discussion that we've been having this week between Jonathan and I, but Jonathan has been out of town, so we just need to complete that discussion. And it will be quick because this all needs to happen quickly. So I would like to see us add where in the resolution where it says, and it be further resolved, and has the points 1, 2, and 3. Though on point 2, which is purchase one being global, this is at the top of the page on the staff report on the resolution, the top of page 9 of the staff report. So where it says number 2, purchase one being global, et cetera, at the end of that, it would say, or for materials and work that would accomplish the same near-term goals in another way at lower cost. So in other words, just give the option that if instead of the being global, there's another way to accomplish the goals, the part of this process that the being global would do, that we would be authorizing that if it's at lower cost than the being global. And then the other, the same thing in another place is that where it's, no, I'm sorry, I had that in the wrong place. That place there where it says the purchase one being global would end with saying either purchase that, or at the end of that, or purchase equipment and services to accomplish the same goals.
Is there
And
another place besides page 9 and that number 2 item?
then above that, at the end of page 8, where it says, now therefore be it hereby resolved, appropriate $90,000 for the purchase of One Beam Global. So at the end of that, that's where it would say, or for some work that would accomplish the same near-term goals. So it's the same edit in 2 places. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear, but I would just like to add that so that we have capability, possibly thinking of another way to get the level 2 charger in the report quickly. And I would encourage council to the F-150 purchase. The F-150 is a pickup, and so it's an amazing vehicle. That is, there is a time sensitivity to that as described in the staff report, that if we take too long to authorize this, we might not get one until a year later, because Ford has unbelievable demand for those since they announced it. That's it.
Thank you, Bruce. Vice Mayor Catrano.
Yeah, I'm happy to second Councilmember Ackerman's motion as amended.
Okay, before we go there, I just really want to echo the appreciation to our interim director of public works, Jonathan, and our chief of police, who's also here, Rico Tabaranza. This is so exciting, and I'm so grateful for the attention and support and our movement to get to carbon neutrality, and just kind of feeling what Jody was feeling. She's an active leader in our Climate Action Committee, and she heads up the transportation subcommittee, and she's done a lot of work, a lot of thought leadership in this space. And I just am so grateful for you rolling up your sleeves and putting this together. It's just really remarkable. So thank you. And with that, I will entertain a motion. Unless anybody has any other comments.
I think they already made the motion.
Should
Okay,
I?
so
I think it has to be read into the record.
Is that okay as a motion? I can send it.
I think you might want to say it again, Bruce, to be clear about everything that you're doing.
Okay, so on the staff report on page 8 at the bottom, this is in the resolution. It's now therefore be it hereby resolved. Item 1, appropriate that would end with a comma, or for materials and work that would accomplish the same near-term goals in another way at lower cost. So that's one edit.
Bruce, I think you have to say the whole motion.
Oh, okay.
So remember, you're making a motion, so the first page is the recommended motion, and you can make your edits with that.
I will make the following motion that I'm going up to the top of the staff report to get this. Adopt a resolution appropriating funds for and authorizing the town manager to A, negotiate public work up to $25,000 for improvements to the photovoltaic system at the pavilion to provide level 3 EV charging capability without ground disturbance. B, purchase One Beam Global Solar EV Aarp with ChargePoint dual port J1772 plug mobile solar panel electric vehicle charging systems at California State Department of General Services contract ID 1186116 prices, or for materials and work that would accomplish the same near-term goals in another way at lower cost. And C, sole source purchase of one 2022 Ford F-150 Lightning Crew Cab 4x4 Lightning Pro EV from downtown Ford sales. I believe that's the.
And I'm again happy to second that motion.
Thank you.
Motion Ackerman, second Cutrano. Michelle, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Goddard?
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano,
Yes.
and Mayor Hellman.
Yes, with gratitude.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to the public hearings.
Mayor,
Yeah.
could we have like a 3-minute break? Would that be all right?
Sure.
Would everyone concur?
Okay.
Three.
My clock says 8:37. We'll resume at 8:40.
Thank you so much.
Okay. We are at item number 17. Commercial cannabis business permit, design review permit, and sign exception permit for a cannabis storefront retailer, adult use retail delivery only business at 1930 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. Applicant Element 7/Fairfax Remedy. For this item, we are going to hear a staff report. I believe our principal planner, Linda Neal, will deliver that alongside our attorney, Janet Colson. We have the applicant here with us this evening, and they have up to 10 minutes to present. And then we'll have council questions on the item, clarifying questions. And then I will open the public hearing for the public to speak. And then I will close the public hearing after the last speaker, and the council will discuss and give direction and or take action. So with that, may we please have the staff report?
Yes, I also am going to want to share my screen. So I'm asking the clerk to allow me to share my screen.
I'm very sorry, Principal Planner, that you're not able to. Let me just, I thought I had set that.
Is it on my end?
No, you should have the ability when, as a panelist, but it's showing that you don't.
You see a little.
Okay.
happened?
Well, it's not
The
that
green
important.
button.
Yeah, I have it. When I push the green button, it pops up like it's going to allow me to share, but it's not. Oh, there we go. Did it work?
It's coming. Yeah, it's here.
Here we go.
No?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I also have a correction to the agenda. Apparently, the title of this needs to be corrected because it should really read Commercial Cannabis Business Permit, Design Review Permit, and Sign Exception Permit for a medical retail cannabis storefront retailer, adult use retail delivery only business at 1930 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. The medical retail was left out. Okay, so.
No good, thank you.
In September and October of 2019, after holding 22 meetings on the subject, the town council adopted ordinance number, I should say that the planning commission and the council held a total of 22 meetings on the subject. The council repealed and amended certain sections of their code and unified their cannabis regulations into one code section, cannabis uses, adopting zoning standards and restrictions for commercial cannabis uses and cannabis cultivation for personal use. A month after that, they added Town Code Section 5.56, which regulates commercial cannabis businesses within Fairfax and restricted the number of permitted cannabis business locations in the town to 2. The council also approved 2 maps that depicted the areas of town where locating a medical cannabis retail business, adult use retail delivery only uses would be allowed. At their October 2nd, 2019 meeting, the council put into effect a process and a scoring criteria for weighting minimum qualifying scores and creating application procedures for cannabis business permits. There was an open submittal period and only 1 application was submitted from Element 7 to operate a cannabis business as Fairfax Remedy. The business will be managed by Nick Pommier, a resident of San Anselmo, providing medical retail cannabis for walk-in patients and adult retail cannabis by delivery only at 1930 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. The project proposes exterior changes to the building, and I'm going to use my little arrow here to show you. Changes to the building that include changing the front stairway access, the entry deck, and providing an ADA accessible ramp. They're going to reconfigure the parking to propose an ADA parking spot that would be accessed by the ramp. They're going to need to relocate and widen the front door to meet ADA requirements. They're going to be installing an electric charging station in the back parking lot. Let's see. They're also proposing exterior color changes and material changes to the building, and they're asking to erect 2 business signs and to replace a front window that had been changed from the original design by a previous tenant. The applicants have demonstrated that the proposed cannabis business use is not subject to a traffic impact permit by doing a traffic analysis using, at the direction of the town traffic engineer, actual traffic counts from similar cannabis businesses in Santa Rosa and Napa. The traffic analysis indicated that the business will not generate 100 average daily traffic trips beyond that generated by the Monobul use, and the project is therefore not subject to the traffic impact permit process. The applicants also provided an analysis of the building constructed in 1939 by architectural historian Lauren Ackley. Her analysis verified that the building is not an outstanding example of any one architectural style, and it has been altered from its original design. Her finding was that the proposed ADA alterations would not compromise any architectural integrity of the building. So for background, the Planning Commission reviewed the project at their September 16th, 2021 meeting, and they recommended that the Town Council deny the required design review and sign applications, which are subject to council final action. And they denied the formula business use permit, which is subject to final action by the Planning Commission unless appealed. They did this at their October 21st, 2021 meeting. The applicants have appealed the Commission's denial of the formula business conditional use permit. During this agenda item, the council will only be considering the design review permit, the sign exception permit, and the cannabis business permit. In reviewing a design review permit, the town code indicates that the only determination required for a design review permit is that the proposed exterior design of the building complies with the design review criteria. I'm going to put those up on the screen so that I don't have to read them all. So these aren't findings. You just have to go through them and determine whether their proposed design, meets those criteria. The applicants are also requesting an exception to the sign regulations. The cannabis section of the town code limits cannabis businesses to 1 sign that does not exceed 6 square feet in size. The applicants are asking to have an exception to have 2 signs. They want to have one on the front of the building facing Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, and they're requesting the exception to have a second sign right here facing east. Their building is unusual in its design because it's in an L shape with the top of the L measuring only 12 feet in width facing Sir Francis Drake, and it's set back from the sidewalk 6 feet. The larger part of the L, the bottom of it, is actually 16 feet from the front of the property. So the normal sign ordinance, the sign ordinance for most businesses in town allows most businesses to have 2 signs as long as one is flat on the building and one is a projecting sign. So this request for a second one, it acts as a projecting sign. Most of the commercial spaces located in the town center have building frontages that far exceed 12 feet in width, with the building facades located on the front property line at the edge of the sidewalk. This council should consider if it wants to limit a permitted business use with 12 feet of building frontage, set 6 feet back from the street, to 1 6 square foot sign facing the street. The second wall sign on the eastern facing side wall near the street would be similar and serve a similar purpose to the second projecting sign allowed other permitted businesses in town. You're also going to be reviewing the cannabis business score. And in doing that, you shall consider the following criteria for issuance of a cannabis business permit prior to acting on the discretionary design review and sign permits. The score of 80.1 already qualifies this applicant for a cannabis business permit, and that's the score that the Planning Commission gave the application. But you need to consider the following. The applicant, each owner, and any existing or prospective manager must be at least 21 years of age. The applicant, each owner, and any existing or prospective manager must not have had a similar type of license or permit previously revoked or denied for good cause within the immediately preceding 2 years prior to the permit application. Neither the applicant, any owner, or any proposed or prospective manager shall have been convicted of any offense relating to possession, manufacture, sales, or distribution of a controlled substance, with the exception of cannabis-related offenses. Any offense involving the use of force or violence upon the person of another. Any offense involving theft, fraud, dishonesty, or deceit. Any offense involving sales of cannabis to a minor or use of a minor to distribute cannabis. Any common law felony. So the police chief has reviewed the background checks for the 3 business partners and determined that none of them have any record of being convicted of any of the disqualifying criminal offenses described above in the state of California. And the town manager accepted the application as complete. So what we're asking you to do tonight is to hold the public hearing, close the public hearing, and bring the matter back to the council for discussion and deliberation, and then provide direction to staff to bring back a resolution approving or denying the cannabis business permit with the accompanying sign exception and design review recommendation to the next subsequent meeting, or a subsequent meeting. And that would conclude my report.
On mute. Thank you, Linda. Do we have any questions for Linda or Janet or?
Can we remove the screen share so we can see more? Can we remove the presentation?
I'm hearing something, but Renee, did you have your hand up?
I had a quick question for Linda, and thank you for that staff report and all that's gone into this. In terms of the parking at the location, it currently has diagonal parking spaces, does it not? Are they
I think you're correct about that.
Changed?
I'm sorry, I think you're correct about that. So yes, they are reconfiguring them and resurfacing and restriping the parking lot.
So they no longer will be on a diagonal?
That's right.
Okay, and then enlarging the entrance to the driveway?
And reorienting it a little bit to get the landscaping area on both sides of the front of the property.
Okay, and so in terms of the usage of that driveway, is it enough space for, let's say, a 3-point turn to be made, or will they be backing out of that driveway?
No, they won't be backing out. There's enough room for them to turn around. When this building was first approved for, I think it was the optometrist, they were granted an exception because we no longer allow driveways to be as narrow as this one is now, and it's going to be, but there was no way for them to make it larger. So it was granted an exception to be a little bit narrower. There didn't used to be parking in the back. A previous business created it and put the driveway in.
Okay, so that's being remedied.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any questions? I have some questions, but I want to defer to
I have just one more actually.
Sure.
You mentioned the maps that were drawn up in our in 2019 when we put the policies together. So there were two maps.
There were two maps. Yep.
Okay, that draw the buffers and the potential locations.
Right.
Okay.
One map shows, I think, a 600-foot buffer, and then the other one was for 250.
Right. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Can I just clarify, isn't this time for questions for any staff, including our traffic engineer? It's not just for Linda. Is that correct, Mayor?
That's correct.
It is.
We have our traffic engineer here, so I think.
And I have several questions on the focused traffic analysis if we're ready for that, but I just want to make sure I'm offering time. I don't see any hands, so.
It's great. Thanks.
Thank you, David Parisi, for being here this evening. Are you there?
I'm here.
I really appreciate you being here on short notice. So may I just dive in with my questions, or do you want to give an overview of the methodology and approach, or what would be your preference?
That'd be up to you, Mayor. I'm happy to talk about the W-Trans study and our peer review, if you would like.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. I understand how it was conducted. I just have some questions, but I think for the benefit of the public, if you could go through it, that would be wonderful.
Sure, I'm happy to. So section 17.056 of the town's zoning ordinance requires a traffic impact permit for any project that may generate 100 or more new vehicle trips or has a floor area of 5,000 square feet or more. This would have only 577 square feet. So what was assessed here was the number of vehicle trips that it could generate. W-Trans traffic engineering firm was hired by their client, to prepare a trip generation study. Parisi Transportation Consulting reviewed that, provided some input. We asked for not only the use of ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineering trip rates, which there are plenty of for dispensaries to be assessed, but also look at nearby dispensaries that are already operating and have some counts conducted. So W-Trans conducted that analysis first off by estimating the number of vehicle trips that could be generated by the site, by a dispensary using the Institute of Transportation Engineering rates, but also looking at a site in Santa Rosa and also one in Napa. And as such, determined that, and we reviewed this, the trip rates for the comparative sites would actually be much less than the Institute of Transportation Engineering rates. What is reported in their report are the ITE rates, as well as the comparison sites. But even with the ITE rates, it was determined that the project would generate fewer daily trips, actually fewer daily trips than the previous use of that was there. In fact, so not 100 more trips, but actually less than the previous use. It could increase the number of peak hour trips by negligible amounts, 5 trips in the morning, maybe 5 trips in the afternoon. Many of these trips would probably be passed by road trips that are already on the roadway. So based on that assessment, a greater traffic impact study was not required based on town ordinance. And we concur with that. And it kind of summarizes W-Trans's work and our review of that. So again, it was based primarily on trip generation, how many vehicle trips this new use could generate.
Right. Okay, thank you. So a couple of questions. I know you, I see in the report that you were satisfied with the report's conclusions. So as far as the proxy of the markets that were used for comparison or for the purpose of this analysis, so it was Napa and Santa Rosa. And I know Santa Rosa has at least 5 dispensaries. So I'm just curious about, well, what is your insight there as far as, does it make sense to use a market that has several retail dispensaries?
You know, if my understanding is they are pretty well spread out, and also, again, I'm not an expert in dispensaries, so I have to take some of this for granted, but we did look at where the spacing of these dispensaries are located, and also consider what the ITE was offering. So again, the ITE rates are 3 to 10 times higher than the rates that were surveyed from the sites that were surveyed. And the ITE rates are the ones that are used in the study. And even with the ITE rates, we're showing a decrease in trips. So I feel very confident that even if there were fewer sites, for instance, and Mayor, were you saying in Napa or?
Yeah, I don't know Napa as well as Santa Rosa.
Yeah, Santa Rosa. We're pretty confident that the proposed site would generate much fewer than 100 new trips, if not fewer than there previously was on a daily basis at the site, if that makes sense.
Thank you. So a couple of questions related to definitions. So I did pull up the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual 10th edition 2017 to kind of, which is a public document, was referred in this analysis. I'm curious, there is an 11th edition that was published last year. So I'm curious why the 11th version wasn't used, and this one, which is 5 years old, was used. I don't know if you have an answer to that or if there was any inquiry related to that.
I do. The original study was done 2 years ago. So before the 11th edition was published. So this has been, again, even our review was done 2 years ago. So
okay.
The W-Trans report was prepared in July of 2020.
And are you aware of any key distinctions in the two publications?
No, I'm not, to be honest. No.
Okay. So back to the definition. So in their manual, the vehicle trip is defined as the movement of a personal passenger vehicle or truck that transports a person across the site cordon line. A person can cross the cordon line as a passenger in a vehicle or as a pedestrian having been transported to the site in a vehicle. For example, if a person drives a personal passenger vehicle from home, parks off site, and walks from the parking facility to an office building, the trip is considered an entering vehicle trip generated by the office building, as well as an exiting vehicle trip at the place of residence. However, if a person is transported to the vicinity of a site in a bus or rail transit and walks the remainder of a distance to the site, the trip represents a transit trip and not a vehicle trip. So I wanted to put that on the record for anyone not understanding that. There are three, I guess, what would you say, segments. There's high urban density, there's general urban, suburban, and then there's rural. So I wanted to confirm that they used general urban, suburban. Is that right?
As far so the trips that were applied were right from the land use code, from the ITE general trip generation manual. So and that, it's not, it doesn't.
Well, it goes, this item goes into the equation. You have to select a market type, if you will, if it's urban density, general urban, suburban, or rural.
So with the again, the addition that was used for the 2020 report, that wasn't the case. You would actually use the IT rates right from the manual. So that wasn't a selection for the previous manual.
So the IT rates are just global rates encompassing urban, general, urban, suburban, and rural, or how do you?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I would guess that most are in the urban region.
I think so. I think you're correct.
Okay. That's helpful. Trying to think of the other thing I wanted to note is the definition of a fast casual. I noted there was comparisons to like Chipotle and other similar restaurants, if you will. I didn't see any other alternative that would, you know, compare itself to the current occupant Monables. But Chipotle, in my mind, is a very high volume, fast casual restaurant. So I guess I have deep concerns about the methodology. To be perfectly honest, we have a high pedestrian, high bicycle usage in this community, as you know. And what I'm hearing, what I thought what you were going to say is that it used the general suburban, and there was no pedestrian and bicycling used in that methodology. But now I'm hearing that it was probably using more of an urban count. So the 182 trips per day, this analysis is reflecting as net new trips coming into Fairfax for Monables purchases just doesn't seem reasonable to me, just having spent a lot of time in that area. So I just want to note that for the record, and the fact that we have one dispensary today. I don't know that they're seeing 146 trips per day, but I just think, with all due respect, this doesn't really add up for me as far as the comparison to Santa Rosa in particular, having 5, and then the way they plugged in these numbers. So I really appreciate you coming and answering my questions. And if there's no other questions for David, we can let him enjoy the rest of his evening.
I did want to follow up with that, if you're ready, Mayor.
You wanted to what?
To continue with that questioning.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, and David, I really do appreciate your being here. Thank you very much. Yeah, my concern, it's pretty much echoing what the mayor said. My concern would be, as I understand it, you're deriving 2 numbers, one of which is the estimated daily trips for the current use, and the other of which is the estimated daily trips for the proposed use. And then you compare them. And the question is, if there's a difference of more than 100, then a traffic study is warranted. And you found that it wasn't. But my concern would be primarily with the former number, the estimate for the current use. Currently, it's Monables, and it's just, I very much concur with what the mayor stated, that I have never seen anybody drive to that place. It's just a walking. They don't get a huge amount of business. It's a small place. The previous use was an optometrist's office, and it was this is kind of similar to that, in that there's just not that many trips to it, and it fits really well in that particular location. The optometrist office is perfect in that location because there would be 1 or 2 patients at a time and the optometrist, and that's about it. Monables has a little more than that, but 182 trips a day just seems wildly greater than what it is. when you're looking at just auto trips. I don't think I would guess there's not 182 customers a day, much less people who drive. So that's, is there a way that you would approach that? I guess would be my only question at this point of how you would approach that. Would you do traffic counts at Monobowls, or how would you relook at that first number?
That's a great question. So the first number, according again to W-Trans's report, would be that the current site was generating 182 vehicle trips a day, which would be 91 trips to it and 91 trips away, primary trips.
Okay. So what you mean, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so that's each trip is a two-way trip. Something else to consider, again, and we did in our assessment, is I asked primarily, again, for these other studies to be looked at, other counts to be done at other dispensaries, because I was curious if the ITE rates were appropriate to use, or if we actually see higher chip generation, vehicle trip generation at dispensaries compared to ITE. The numbers that came in, and I double checked for the two sites, again, were 10% or 1/10 and 1/3 of what ITE was uses. In my analysis and our peer review, I always want to be very conservative. So I requested that we do, the assessment is compared to IT rates. Seeing that these other sites, these existing sites are substantially less than ITE, I felt confident with the results, particularly since they were so low compared to what was used in the assessment. In other words, if I did the math, I think that even if the other sites had been, I think herbivore, I'm looking at the report right now, for recreational dispensary in Santa Rosa, which is the site is 1/3 the amount of the ITE rate that was used for the assessment. Even if that had been generating 3 times or 4 times more trips than it currently does, it would still result in less than 100 new trips at the site compared to what it was generating previously, if that makes sense. So there was a huge buffer in number of trips, in my opinion.
David, that's assuming the 182 is an accurate number, correct?
Yes, but even again, if it was half of that amount, again, the IT rates are showing, what are the IT rates showing real quick? 146. So even if the current site generated half the amount of trips, 91 trips or 90 trips, 45 in and 45 out, the dispensary using the IT rates would have only shown a 50 trip increase and not a 100 trip increase. So I just really felt that based on the statistics and the numbers that we saw in the studies that were done over a course of 3 days at each of the sample sites, that from a trip generation standpoint, again, based on the town's ordinance, that a traffic impact permit would not be required. And keep in mind what a traffic impact permit would require is if there were 100 or more trips generated compared to existing use, it would require a traffic impact study, which would be a little bit deeper on where the trips are, what the traffic impacts would be at intersections and so on. So it's kind of the first step.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate for my video being off, but I'm having technical problems here and it may be off for a while. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Kohler?
Yeah, I know David is not able to stay with us, so I just want to add a comment. I want to just say, David, I really appreciate your work on doing this study and not just accepting the manual approach, but asking for the counts.
Mm-hmm.
And so I also appreciate your explanation and just want to thank you for continuing to support Fairfax. And I think that, as usual, your work is excellent. And so before you sign off, because I know you got a lot of questions, and I just want to let you know that I personally feel really comfortable with what you did, and just I think you did a more than thorough job. So thank you very much, and thanks for coming on such short notice.
Sure, and I'm happy to stick around for a little while here. I'm fine. So.
All right, anything else before I open the public hearing for the public to speak? I'm seeing no hands.
If I may,
Oh,
Mayor.
yes.
Hi, are we going to hear from the applicant?
Oh, pardon me. Excuse me. Yes, we are. Thank you. Who is here from Element 7 to present?
I am looking. Perhaps, Linda, you could let me know if you see the applicant on the list of attendees.
I see Josh Black.
Okay. So I'm going to unmute you, Josh Black. You're unmuted now.
Good evening, everybody. Madam Mayor, council members, town staff, residents of Fairfax. My name is Josh Black. I'm the head of operations at Element 7. I'm a resident of San Francisco. I wanted to just address three aspects of our appeal tonight: the sign permit, the design review, and then also the address the cannabis business permit. And I probably won't take up the full 10 minutes. So specifically on the sign permit, Remedy Fairfax is appealing the denial of the sign permit on the basis that the denial, the size of the sign proposed, could be easily resolved through an appeal. As Linda pointed out, we proposed a 7 square foot sign for the retail business and would be more than happy to reduce that to 6 square feet to meet the ordinance and code for the town. So as I said, reducing it from 7 to 6 to meet the ordinance. Specifically with regards to the design review, we engaged a highly qualified local architect, Stuart Summers, and a historical architect, Laura Ackley, in developing and designing the plans that we submitted. As stated in the staff report, we believe we complied with the design review criteria, which was items A to N in the town code. As Ms. Neal pointed out, minor changes were made to the deck for safety. A ramp was added for ADA compliance. The door was widened for ADA compliance. The former window was actually proposed to restore the building to its original architectural heritage, which was something that Laura worked with us on, and Stuart engaged with Laura and incorporated into his design. And the railing was added to comply with ADA requirements on the ramp, and then changed into a more modern railing at the front of the building. The Planning Commission found that the design of the building, specifically the horizontal railings, the blue tinted decking, and the color of the building was typically found in more modern buildings and may not preserve the historic village-like character of the town. So to resolve this, we would propose to renovate and refurbish the railing to a almost identical design to how it currently stands, to find a neutral tone for the deck that is consistent with the village-like nature of the town, and if desired, to retain the current color of the building, that light blue shade, if the town wanted that. We believe that those changes would address the design concerns that the Planning Commission used to deny the application. On the parking and traffic, as Linda pointed out, we did engage W-Trans, which are a very highly qualified firm that have done traffic and parking studies across California. Finding the comparison properties was not easy. First of all, this is a medical dispensary, medical dispensaries typically generate far less traffic than adult use dispensaries for a number of reasons. Number one, you need a medical card to get into the dispensary, and those cards cost, $30 to $40. Medical dispensaries tend to have fewer products because we're more focused on medical conditions and finding products that meet the needs of our medical patients. And then generally these stores, these medical stores, have far less appeal to people that we would call adult use customers that may be looking for other needs from their cannabis beyond medical. The two dispensaries that we focused on in Santa Rosa and Napa, we chose the one in Napa because Napa is one of the few medical cannabis cities or towns in Northern California. In fact, from memory, Napa is the only town beyond, or city beyond Fairfax that has a medical only ordinance. The property in Santa Rosa was chosen because it was a standalone building, essentially akin and the same to the property in Fairfax. Many of the other dispensaries in Santa Rosa are located in strip malls, multi-tenant buildings. So we wanted to find a property that had a dispensary in it in a standalone building so that we could essentially do a comparison to the property in Fairfax. And as Mr. Parisi noted, the proposed use would generate fewer trips than the current use, even using the huge buffer in the IT rates. To address Ms. Goddard's question on the parking being diagonal, that may be the case. Actually, the striping's heavily faded. And every time I've been at that property, I've seen the cars park at a 90-degree angle. But the striping is pretty heavily faded there from the sun and the architecture and the leaves falling and sort of fading it away. Just to put everything in context, though, our business plan only forecasts that we'll have around 10 to 15 customers per hour, which would put us at around 100 to 120 a day. The Planning Commission didn't take into account that at least 30 to 40% of those customers would be what we call walk-in customers, people that may be shopping at other businesses, people that may be living locally that want to walk into the store. And we believe that over time, as cannabis becomes more socially acceptable and people are more comfortable with it, that walk-in would increase. And beyond all this, we don't believe there's an excessive burden, particularly when you look at other adjacent businesses to us that have, seating for 40 to 50 people in a restaurant that have no off-street parking whatsoever. The final point on parking and driving is, as I said, we're a medical dispensary, so it's really important to look at who our customers are. They're medical patients. Some of these people can't drive. Some of them can't use public transport. Some of them, a lot of them, have quite severe medical conditions. They can't be driving to Santa Rosa or San Francisco where there's no parking. These people are looking for holistic and medical-based cannabis solutions, and they need parking. But as I said, we're expecting 10 to 15 customers an hour, and 30 to 40% of those people would be walk-ins. The rest would drive. Specifically on the cannabis business permit, which is part of the appeal as well. Yes, we did score above 80%, which we understand would put us in consideration for a permit. So we're obviously not appealing that, given that we made the hurdle for that score. However, I would say that, despite being the only applicant that the town received, largely because the zoning was quite restrictive and there just wasn't many properties available. If there were more properties, you would have had a lot more applicants. But that said, element 7, Remedy Fairfax, we believe that we've got the experience, qualifications, understanding, and business plan to create a very sustainable and successful business in Fairfax. And as an operational entity, yes, we have other businesses in California, but a lot of those are in small little towns and cities. One of the first businesses we opened was up in Rio Del in southern Humboldt, a town with 2,000 residents. And we've created a very successful, sustainable business up there that is of huge impact to the local community. 100% of the people are local residents in terms of people that work in the store, and we've had a tremendous impact on that town. And as Ms. Neal pointed out, staff found no disqualifying factors in the application when those live scans were checked, and we believe there have been no considerations or no factors that would be a disqualifying factor at this point in time. There's no offenses in the last 12, 18 months. So thank you for your time, and be happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Thank you, Josh. Council, do you have any questions? I see Vice Mayor Cutrano. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just first thank you, Josh, for the clarifications and the presentation and the proposed flexibility around some of those sign and design questions that were raised at Planning Commission. Really appreciate that. I actually had a question for David Parisi, just a follow-up now, hearing some new information from Josh that I just want to clarify. David, you mentioned, based on, I just wrote down the quote here that you expected something like 5 trips in the morning and 5 trips at night. But based on the projections from Mr. Black here, it sounded like 60 to 70% of the folks that they're servicing are via delivery. And if there's 80 to 120 folks that they're servicing a day, that's 72 to 84 deliveries on the high end. And so the back and forth would be something like 144 to 168 trips per day. And I was just wondering, what's how do we end up with the conflict between is it just that they might be misprojecting and you have a firmer sense of things based on the studies you've done? Or I'm just trying to get clarity.
Yeah.
Because I know people are concerned about traffic impacts.
Absolutely. So what our peer review was of the W-Trans analysis, which compared an estimate for the existing site to what IT rates would estimate for a medical dispensary, and to 2 sites that were studied, right? The 365 recreational dispensary in Santa Rosa and the herbivore dispensary in Napa. So it was strictly based on that. And during the last 10 minutes, I've actually looked at some other numbers here just to put this in context also. Again, the intent for the traffic impact permit would be if the site generated 100 or more traffic trips compared to the existing or previous use. For that to happen, again, and why we felt confident about it is that, let's say the previous use generated only half as many vehicle trips, okay? That would mean that just looking at the traffic numbers from the counts that were done, particularly like a recreational dispensary in Santa Rosa, that those counts would have had to come in at 4 times higher than they did. So we felt that it's going to be very, very difficult to show that this proposed site would generate more than 100 more trips. So there's a huge buffer in the analysis, in the estimates, if that makes sense. So again, that's as a peer reviewer, that's what we're looking at. Are we confident on the range and that that this would not generate more than 100 more trips than there previously was? And again, there's different ways we've sliced it and can look at the data. So hopefully that helps. That explanation helps a little bit as well, because I know there was some comments about, hey, maybe the restaurant or the yogurt shop, which I have been a customer at in the past, was generating only half as many vehicle trips. But even so, if if the proposed use generated 4 times as many as the survey showed, it's, you know, it's still within range, if that makes sense.
Super helpful. Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like the 100 more per day is quite a buffer. So thank you for clarifying.
That is the buffer. Yeah. Thanks.
Vice Mayor, may I just add one point there, just on that? Our model on delivery is not 1 order, 2 trips. You would typically send out a vehicle servicing multiple orders. It's just not financially viable to send 1 car out with a staff member that, you know, might cost, you know, your delivery cost would be $20 per trip, and it's not sustainable to the business. So you typically send out a vehicle with 5 to 6 orders.
Yeah, that's a great clarification. Thank you very much, both of you.
Any other questions for Mr. Black or Mr. Parisi? Okay, I did just notice that Mr. Nicholas Pommier, I believe he's a manager, proposed manager of this Element 7 site. Did you have, he has his hand raised, do you, I'll give you, like, there's 20 seconds on the clock. Do you have something you want to add to the presentation, Nicholas?
Not specifically. I just wanted to make myself known that I'm available to answer any questions about my residency in Ross Valley, and as a local person on the application, that I'm available to you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to open the public comment. I'm not seeing anyone has any more questions. Is that right? I'll open the public hearing for the public to speak.
Okay. The first speaker is James Anthony, followed by Elizabeth O'Donnell. And Madam Mayor, everybody is limited to 2 minutes. Is that correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Anthony, you are unmuted.
Okay, hi. Before I begin, I do have a procedural question about the time limit. You know, I seem to be leading the charge in opposition to this appeal and this application. And so if I'm not going to have 10 minutes, which apparently I'm not going to have, is it possible for me to accumulate minutes from other people who are present? That is, could I have people cede me their time?
It's not a typical practice. If you have a prepared statement that you can share with somebody else, you know, to pick it up where you left off, or Janet, you know.
It's not normally done. No, we do not allow seating.
Yeah. I'm.
All right, well, I mean, we can, you know, we'll work with the rules of the council. I'll just note my due process and fairness consideration there, but I'll go ahead and start and we'll see how it goes. First of all, I want to say I did send you all some rather extensive email reports. I've been doing this a long time, and this is a fascinating particular situation here. The town allows, it prohibits adult use recreational dispensaries. It only allows medical only, but it allows adult use recreational delivery. And so it's clear that it requires 2 premises for these 2 licenses, for these 2 different uses. If you look at your maps, there's 2 different maps. There's a map for the medical dispensaries and a map for the adult use deliveries. And the impact of that under state law is that separate premises have to be separately licensed. You can't have 2 premises under the same license. Furthermore, each premises can only have 1 licensee, right? So, you know, your options tonight are to say yes, no, or to waitlist this thing. But the Planning Commission got it right for the reasons they give, and for this other unique situation generated by how Fairfax has exercised its zoning power. So if you let these guys operate in a single location with both uses under a single state license, then you have given them a grant of special privilege and you've contravened the doctrines of equity and equal treatment, which is forbidden under your required findings for general CUPs under 17032-060A, right? And that is because the town's code says clearly, and the existing dispensary has always been told, you must have separate premises with separate state licenses, which creates a huge problem, which is not addressed in the applicant's application, and therefore their application fails to meet town and state law. And I don't blame staff for not noticing this. They're focusing on town law. This thing arises out of the mixture of town and state law. It's a unique problem in the entire state of California. And I'm available to you if you have any questions about that or anything in the materials that I emailed you in the last few days.
Thank you, James.
The next speaker,
Go ahead.
The next speaker is Elizabeth O'Donnell, followed by Krishna Tyner. Elizabeth, you're unmuted.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I lived in Colorado in the early days of marijuana legalization before moving back to Marin, and I wanted to share some information on a bipartisan bill in the legislature that was just passed in Colorado last year that pertains to cannabis and young people. So Colorado is trying to address the risks that it now perceives from the development of cannabis products with high concentrated amounts of THC. So through chemical processes, THC extractions can make products with levels of THC that have increased tenfold or around 350% of the level that most people are familiar with. So these high concentrate THC products are sold in dispensaries. So the reason I want to share this legislation is because Colorado is a couple of years ahead of us, so we can learn a lot about new protections that they have adopted. So an important part of the bill is a requirement that the Colorado School of Public Health analyze existing research related to the physical and mental health effects of just this high potency THC marijuana concentrates to inform future policy. So the outcome has been some pamphlets, and the warning label pamphlets that have to be distributed with these products in Colorado state that there's an increased risk of psychotic symptoms or psychotic disorder, and that use may lead to mental health problems. And I think I've noticed that one of these best sellers at Element 7 at their website in Marina, California, has THC of 74%. So they have products like this, and until we have more information, we must assume a risk to the health and safety with a store selling these kinds of products in such close proximity to youth and easy access to people 18 years old. Thank you.
The next speaker is Krishna Tyner, followed by Lauren Payne. Krishna, you're unmuted now. You may have to unmute yourself.
Sorry. Hi, everyone. Thank you for taking my comments. Many of you have already heard from me on this topic. I'm going to keep my oppositional comments directly related to the formula business aspect of element 7.
Krishna, you're not permitted to speak on the formula. That's agenda number 18. We're on number 17.
All right, I will hold off. Sorry about that. I'll hold my comments
problem.
for the next one. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Yep.
The next speaker is Lauren Payne, followed by Patty. And Lauren, you're unmuted now.
Hi, my name is Lauren Payne, and I'm with Anthony Law Group. I work closely with James Anthony. I also submitted written testimony yesterday, and if you have any questions about the content of that, please feel free to reach out. My contact information is in that written testimony. I just wanted to mention that I've become an application preparation expert in the field of cannabis permits. I help people get their licenses, and I was less than impressed with Element 7's materials. The application materials misstated some of state law, and the applicant didn't demonstrate to me that they fit within the character of Fairfax. If you have any questions about any part of my written testimony, I am available. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Patty, followed by Michelle Leopold. Patty, you're unmuted now. Patty.
Patty, go ahead. We can't hear you. Oh, it says connecting to audio. Maybe it's, are you?
Let's just,
did you mute her?
Unmute. No, I did not. Her microphone is unmuted on her end.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, Patty.
Can you hear me now?
Her microphone is unmuted on her end.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, Patty.
Can you hear me now?
Patty, please turn down the volume of your computer so you don't have the secondary.
I think she has her television on.
Okay, is this better?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, I'm such a rookie and I'm just a townsperson, but I'm telling you right now that I've heard so many different stories here. And I saw an application for a permit for a delivery only storefront. And I also heard about a sign that's going to be quite large too, signs, and they're willing to, come into the scope of the town and reform their chain status, because there is a chain store, Element 7, I think. They have many different locations to start something called, is it called Fairfax Remedy or Remedy Fairfax? But I'm telling you right now, the traffic study doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Because I sat outside of Montables today and I actually counted cars for 3 hours of the amount of cars that were going in and out of there. And I have to refer to a text here, but I am saying to you without any doubt, the number of cars that went in there today and the 3 hours between 12 and 3 to keep it fresh were only 14 people total, 2 pedestrians and 8 cars in those 3 hours. And I myself pulled out of there at 3 p.m. and there was a big delivery truck out in front of Perry's, which no one has considered. And it prevented me from seeing the oncoming traffic from Sir Francis Drake, which is quite busy at that intersection. And I nearly, in pulling out of there, I nearly had an accident myself. So there are 2 parking spaces back there, 1 handicap access. I don't know how in the world they're going to talk. They're talking about having 189 trips per day. And that's like in and out. I didn't realize that before, but you cannot compare Santa Rosa and Napa, like a suburban location, to a very central building in our town. And I really am concerned about the traffic, but much more in my letter that I stated for you guys as well. And I'm out of time. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michelle Leopold, followed by Lisa Beauchamp. Michelle, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council members. I am Michelle Leopold. I am also a resident of Marin County, and I also wrote to you. But I'd like to share tonight the cannabis ordinance in Fairfax gives the Town Council the authority to, quote, not grant any applications in the interest of the health, safety, or general welfare of the town, end quote. I can tell you without a doubt that replacing a youth hangout with a store where 18-year-olds can purchase cannabis concentrates is a health and safety risk. In California, an 18-year-old can get a medical marijuana card online in less than 10 minutes and $35. Believe me, I have 2 over 18-year-olds that both got their medical marijuana card on their 18th birthday. As an earlier speaker shared, last year, Colorado's House of Representatives almost unanimously passed a bipartisan bill to address some of the well-studied and documented harms that they have seen in Colorado, which includes new regulations for medical marijuana cards for 18 to 20-year-olds. They did this in large part due to the rising number of cases of cannabis use, cannabis-induced psychosis in teens, many sadly that have resulted in death. Medical marijuana cards now require recommendations from 2 physicians, physicians explaining possible risks and benefits, physicians providing the patient with well-written documentation, follow-up appointments, things that don't exist in California with medical marijuana cards. Until we catch up with the protections that Colorado has started putting in place, a cannabis shop in the middle of Fairfax poses a serious risk to the health of Fairfax and Marin County youth. Thank you very much for letting me share tonight.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Beauchamp, followed by Mallory G. Lisa, you're unmuted now.
Great, thank you so much. I just want to say that I echo what some of the other speakers in opposition have said, and I think that I have a significant concern around the increased traffic and parking, including parking for employees who frequently park on the residential streets around town. I happen to live directly behind the location. I also have a significant concern about it being a delivery business, which I think one of the previous speakers mentioned, just as far as, you know, anybody making a left onto Sir Francis Drake is a significant hazard. There are often kids walking up and down there, and, you know, as somebody said, it can be a very blind turn. I also have concerns just around the safety of the cannabis business, being that they're generally cash-heavy businesses, and there's been a significant increase in burglaries in the Bay Area recently. I have a concern around the impact of this type of adult-only business and the makeup of downtown, specifically replacing a family-friendly business where now you'll have a cannabis shop, a liquor store, and a tattoo parlor. And then I really have a concern that the people of Fairfax are being defrauded, you know, right down to the name of the business being changed to a Fairfax name when it is in fact not. I think the business is being presented as a medical business. The speaker just stated that, and then he stated that he hopes that cannabis will become more acceptable and that the business will grow, which to me leads to believe, as some of the other speakers were saying, that, you know, their customers will not necessarily just be medical customers, but rather, you know, underage and children and other people in the community. So thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
The next speaker is Mallory G, followed by Brad Clark. Mallory, you're unmuted now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So did I hear you say that we can't talk about the chain store thing before? Oh, stop the clock for a second. Can we mention the chain store now, or is that a different thing?
That's the next item, item 18.
Okay. So, all right. So can I ask why, how and why and who is in charge of getting rid of Manable now? Like who made that choice, that decision? Is that a question I can ask you?
You're
Anybody?
welcome to use your 2 minutes in any fashion.
Well, I know, but can I get an answer? No, but no answer. Renee, anybody? No. All right. So
staff can answer that.
Yeah,
You know, that's a decision of the property owner. You know,
okay,
he has, yeah, it's not the town. The town didn't have anything to do with the choice of them, picking this location or anything. Yep.
All right. Thank you, Linda. All right. So it's this whole thing about marijuana medical cards is completely bogus. Anybody can get a card. I just want to say I agree with everybody who spoke so far, except for the people who are trying to get the place. But it's so easy to get a card for quote unquote medical reasons. It's just going to be absurd. Okay. And aside from the traffic, I mean, I don't even get why we're discussing this. And is there going to be a deck there, and then the people are going to hang out on the deck and maybe smoke dope there. None of this is okay for me. If they're so intent on finding a storefront, there are so many in San Anselmo. One of the guys, I think David, lives in San Anselmo. Why don't you just fill up a store place there? Because I don't, and I think everybody else who spoke doesn't want this. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Brad, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Brad Clark, 22 Claus Circle. Just want to go on the record as opposing the approval of the permit for the same reasons that everyone else was saying. It's obvious that this is a formula business. It's a terrible location. It'll negatively affect the character of the downtown, and I think we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lynette Shaw, followed by John and Jane. And Lynette, you're unmuted now.
Let's see, here I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to share my experience of having these two licenses, the medical cannabis license and the adult delivery license. When I was granted that was November of 2018. However, the state of California would not allow me to have that second required license until October of 2019 because they would not allow a medical dispensary to have a adult delivery license at the same address. So I had to reconfigure, I had to rent an extra room at the location. I had to move my office and my secretary around and make room 200, which is a separate address, accommodate the adult delivery storage and preparation and all that stuff, right? So the state of California has continually inspected the two separate doors, the two separate vaults, the two separate inventories, the two separate sales, reseller sale permits, the two separate sales tax permits. And they just inspected me again 2 months ago, and they were pleased that we had all these things, but that is something they insist upon. And so that was my experience with taking this unique combination of licenses and struggling with the state regulations to finally get into, compliant with what they required and what the town required, and everything was straight ahead. And it took a year, and that was nearly disastrous for the business, actually. So it's a very important point, and it's a sticking point, I think, on this application.
Thank you. The next speaker is John or Jane, followed by Kathy Flores. John, Jane, you're unmuted.
It's Jane. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the fact that you've allowed the public to speak so much about this item, which concerns all of us so very much. I will start with the name. The very fact that they have the audaciousness, in my opinion, to call this Fairfax Remedy, that's like taking over the good name of Fairfax for their monetary purposes. And it's implying that Fairfax thinks that pot or whatever, however you want to call it, CBD, anything related to that is the remedy for what ails you. It may for many people. And yes, there are medical issues that are serious, but for these people to kind of pawn themselves off as mostly, saviors for medical reasons, I think is a bit disingenuous. I do not think this is good for Fairfax. I think the name alone is like a stick in the eye. I think this could conceivably attract crime and loitering and create issues of public safety. Who's going to take care of that? Their little security guard? Are we going to have to involve our police? And then their numbers are skewed. 15 people an hour times 8 hours is 120 people a day times 7 days, it's 840 people a week times 4 a month. That's 3,360 people a month. New activity driving into Fairfax on an already overwhelmed street. It's not going to work. The numbers don't add up, and the various things that have been done. The studies are not studying little towns like ours. Please don't pass this. Tell them to go away and don't try again. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kathy Flores, followed by Brenna Gubbins. Kathy, you're unmuted now.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Excuse me, I like what everybody has said so far, so I'll just continue what I wrote. I believe and I am hopeful that all of you have done your due diligence in investigating and checking off the boxes for element 7 has presented. Most of you know where I stand, and many others in our town stand on element 7, applying for permit to locate in Fairfax. Element 7, also known as Fairfax Remedy, is applying for a permit to run a formula corporate cannabis store that I feel is not suitable for Fairfax or really any small community, which values local small businesses. Some questions that I have: does element 7 meet the needs of our residents, preserve opportunities for owner operating businesses, and promote pedestrian usage of the town's commercial zones? What about the increase in car traffic on Drake? How about pedestrian traffic on one of the busiest and craziest crosswalks in town? How many cars are expected daily to infiltrate the store? I called and I spoke to the corporate dispensary in Santa Rosa, who that guy ran his numbers with. And they say that it depends on the day and the time, but they average about 7 to 10 cars an hour in the parking lot. And what about Mercy Wellness in Cotati? I didn't call them, but I know about them. That place is hopping from the minute it opens to closing. Who knows how many cars they have in their lot, 12 to 15 at a time. These stores are open for 12 hours a day. They're not open for just 8. As you all are aware, we live in a high wildfire danger zone, and adding more cars to our already congested main thoroughfare is unsafe. The location of the site shares a driveway with Perry's Deli, and many kids of all ages gather to hang out there during lunch. Families on their way out to the coast. And what about the cars driving into the gas station? There's just way too much congestion. Element 7 has no interest in Fairfax or actual ownership of a cannabis outlet. Rather, they are in the market to secure permits, then transfer them to a parent company. Please say no to big chain stores. Let's keep businesses in Fairfax to small, locally owned stores. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Brenna Gubbins, followed by Kirsten. And Brenna, you're unmuted now.
Hi, everyone. I have just 3 points to make. One, I'm questioning the traffic study done, because if anything was done during 2020, during COVID, seems inherently inaccurate. And we need a real-time survey with monables and a comparable marijuana dispensary. Our town is so small and we get so clogged up right there on Sir Francis Drake. Another point I wanted to make was the health and safety and well-being of our town. It seems really inappropriate that it's right across the street from where the bus stop is, where all the kids get off, and they're going to see a dispensary right across the street, right next to Perry's, where they all go. So that's one important point I think we need to really think of. And also, the findings in that traffic study were so inaccurate. As you know, hearing from Patty earlier, the very minimal amount of traffic that monables that it creates it's not even comparable. It's definitely a lot of walking and biking to monables, that's for sure. Okay, anyhow, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kirsten, followed by Kim Friedman. And Kirsten, you're unmuted.
Hello, I agree with a lot of what people have said so far. I just want to go on record to say that the Manables location definitely will appeal to people differently than our current town dispensary. And that's because it's a drive-by. And it's concerning to that attraction to people outside of our community that will be wanting to come in and be cannabis oriented only. And I agree that Fairfax Remedy is a terrible name. It takes our town name and implies that Fairfax thinks that there's a remedy by smoking or imbibing weed. And it sends a terrible message to our kids. You know, in Colorado, the cannabis store challenges were tragedies. And that was regarding the strength of THC being so high, such as element 7, 74% strength. Psychosis-induced deaths of young adults occurred, and we just really need to benefit from more of looking into that, from the studies around that, and not have our town be used as a guinea pig and our kids and our adults being used as guinea pigs for that. I agree that there are potential traffic issues coming out of that driveway. Largely, a lot of kids will, you know, get dropped off and go to Perry's and hang out there, and they walk up and down that area. And that is a very big concern to me. High school and middle school kids do hang out in that area. I'm concerned that the sign itself will be on the east side, will be pointed directly toward them. And it just sounds like targeted marketing to me. And, you know, there are ties to theft in cannabis store areas. Please look into those statistics of crime where cannabis stores are. I'd really like to have that be part of the discussion. And there's just so much more. I just, you know, what about safe routes to school? It's a big corridor, how we looked at that terminology, that legality, and having a cannabis store right where it's being planned to be put in. Thank you so much for your time.
The next speaker is Kim Friedman, followed by Christopher. Kim, you're unmuted.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you for having me. I second pretty much all the comments that we've heard over the last number of minutes here. So I'm not going to repeat them. The only thing I'd like to add is that I am a San Anselmo resident close to the Fairfax border. And the vibe, Fairfax to me represents just such a family-friendly vibe. My 4-year-old son and I are there at least once a week, if not a couple of times. And it's really the current Monables as well as the playground in Fairfax that are really the two draws for us, which brings us to town and where we end up spending money in other businesses throughout the town. And I think removing one of those two spots, which does have such a family-friendly vibe, really will just change the appeal, you know, not just for our family, but I know a lot of other families with children who visit Fairfax and spend money in Fairfax. And so I just wanted to go on record stating that I am strongly against adding in something that's not going to represent that family-friendly vibe.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christopher. Christopher, your version of Zoom is not allowing you to speak. If you want to try calling in, you could do that using your telephone, just dialing in the number on the front of the agenda. I can read that to you really fast, if that's okay with.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, you can find it on our website, www.fairfax.org. I forgot it for a minute, but here's the phone line, 669-900-9128. I'll repeat it, 669-900-9128. You'll be asked to enter the webinar ID that is also listed on our agenda, and I will read it to you now. 841-3979-6542. And I'll repeat it, 841-3979-6542. And once you call in, I'll see you and you press *9 to raise your hand and we'll call on you. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Michelle. I see another hand up.
Yes, that is Richard A. And you're unmuted right now.
Richard, are you there?
Looks like he's got to connect to audio. He doesn't have any audio right now. Let me try that again. There.
Thank you. I oppose approval of this permit for this applicant. I have no legal expertise, nor do I know the legal nuances of our cannabis ordinance, but I just want to express a personal opinion. In a town like ours that has that is small and is oriented towards local businesses, I believe that as new businesses apply for permits to have businesses in our town, that they should be businesses that are both desired or serving the town itself. And if there was some significant constituency in our town that was asking for this and said we had something was missing that we needed, this was a service or business that but I'm not aware of that. And it sounds like a lot of folks are concerned about this. And I just think as a general policy, I don't know if it has any legal standing, I'm just expressing my opinion, is that we should encourage businesses that serve the actual people that are here. And it's a bonus, I think, if a business owner has ties to the town, lives in the town, lives near the town, and is not just a set of business individuals that see an opportunity and come to our town to try to run a profitable business. So that's just my personal take. And I would discourage businesses that are not something that are serving a prominent and obvious need, or where there's a significant group of people in the town that are asking for something like that to come to our town. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Monica Woolley, followed by Rick Hamer. Monica, you're unmuted now.
Monica, can you?
Monica, I see your microphone is on, but we can't hear you. Can you make sure you're plugged in or turn up your volume or something?
Oh, I'm starting to hear something.
Okay, can you hear me now?
It's super faint.
Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened when my
That's getting better though. That was getting
better.
Yeah. There you go.
All right. I'm sorry. Everything was fine all last year when I was teaching remotely, but then my computer updated. So I'll be really quick. I live on Marinda Drive in Fairfax, and I raised my son here. This is a family town. And for all the other reasons that people in opposition stated tonight, I also agree with those. I agree with those things. I walk downtown all the time. The traffic study doesn't make sense to me. It's going to be very, very risky, the traffic situation. But the one thing that stood out to me tonight that one other person noted is the presenter, the owner of this proposed.
Oh, you just cut out, Monica. The thing that stood out, what?
Sorry, the comments that as cannabis becomes more accepted, and then we will have bigger groups coming to our business, shows a total disconnect with our town, and also a lack of understanding of the dangers that high potency THC poses to our youth. I hope you heard that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rick Hamer, and you can unmute yourself now.
Good evening, Council. I watched the Planning Commission meetings on this, and I just have to say, this is one of those decisions that I believe the Planning Commission got right the first time. You know, sometimes the applicant isn't happy with decisions the Planning Commission makes, but I really don't think there's anything to correct. They got it right the first time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kelsey Fernandez, followed by Scott Tito. And Kelsey, you're unmuted now.
Hi, this is Kelsey. Good evening. I'm speaking tonight as a local parent and community member. And as you all know, the Fairfax Cannabis Ordinance includes a provision that gives the town council the discretion and also the responsibility to deny an application in the interest of the health, safety, or general welfare of the town. Unfortunately, as it stands now, there are serious concerns and emerging data about the impact of the commercial products with high levels of THC on the physical and mental health of users, especially for teens and young adults. In addition to having stricter regulations around medical marijuana cards and mandated research on high THC products, the Colorado state bill passed this year that was referred to earlier directs the association representing coroners to study the methods to test for the presence of THC in each case of a non-natural death. Sadly, suicide is the leading cause of death for adolescents in Colorado, and marijuana is the most common substance present in suicide amongst 10 to 19-year-olds. Youth cannabis use is also linked to increased mental illness, including depression, anxiety, and psychosis. And we simply cannot risk adding something to our current environment that could increase any of these harms. In addition, I heard the applicant talk about how he wanted to help patients. Another one of the new laws that Colorado put into place is that marijuana stores cannot provide medical advice. Please don't believe the claim that commercial storefronts will eliminate the illegal market for youth. There is absolutely no evidence of that. I really appreciate your consideration and your service. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Scott Tito, followed by Krishna Tyner. Scott, you're unmuted now.
Great, thank you for the time. It's interesting to know I'm a Fairfax resident, 20 years, 2 sons that I'm raising in Fairfax. It's interesting to note I've sat on this entire call today and not one advocate for the business, which I think is telling. I just think a lot of this is common sense. Think about West Marin Little League parade, you know, on a Saturday morning. Think about Fairfax Festival parade, the kids, the families. And then all of a sudden you have this Element 7, an out-of-town chain store cannabis front that replaces what is a community staple. It's just very commonsensical to me that the town just doesn't need it. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Krishna Tyner, who raised her hand earlier and started speaking on the chain store aspect and then left. So Mayor, if she may make a comment on this item.
Krishna, are you raising your hand to speak on item number 17?
I will unmute you so you can answer that. There, you're unmuted.
So I've edited my comments to address what I have concern about, just a general dishonesty with Element 7. My fear is that the townspeople are being defrauded by this company. So from the Element 7 website in September, It reads in the company overview, Element 7 is a retail cannabis company with an operational footprint that spans California with a mission of becoming the largest cannabis retailer in the state of California. Element 7's initiatives and experience in cannabis are significant and include California's largest and most local retail footprint, with retail licenses secured, permitted, under development across 25 cities in California. End quote. It's worth noting that since I pulled that content directly from their website in September of 2021, that they have since scrubbed their website of any mention of being the largest retailer and replaced it with, quote, local retailer. But the numbers speak for themselves. A quick search of the California Secretary of State website produces 54 business license LLC applications associated with Element 7, each with a different city or town, including Fairfax. 36 are active, 16 have been canceled, and 2 are suspended. So I have quite a lot of concern that Element 7 presents itself as one thing in order to gain a foothold in a community, and then is actually something very different. And additionally, they're being sued by one of their main business partners right now for their failure to transfer 17 operational licenses. So they can't be the small retailer that they claim to be and this other thing that they actually are. So anyway, I'm over time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Krishna.
Madam Mayor, I don't see any more speakers. If you want to close the public hearing.
I'm closing the public hearing.
Oh.
Saw
So two hands come up and now there's just one.
Okay, go ahead.
Mark Bell, you're unmuted now.
Thanks, Michelle. I don't really have strong feelings on this. I just kind of look back and know that there was a group of local people who wanted to put a small dispensary in, have it be a nonprofit, have the money that they were making above expenses go and fund abuse programs, especially for kids. And when that came out, suddenly a tutoring center became a school and they were unable to open the business. And that was a local responsible business that was shut out. The other thing I find interesting is that all these people are concerned about maybe 100 car trips a day. But where were they when we're talking about 500 to 800 new residences coming into Fairfax due to state laws and what the traffic situation would be in a catastrophe? So I just find that kind of amusing as well. So really, that's about all I have to say. I could go either way on this. Thank you.
And the next, oh, he disappeared again. Don Carney is trying to talk, I think.
I saw Bridget Clark's hand raised, and I don't know.
Oh, I didn't.
I don't know. I
saw
don't know.
Don Carney.
Don Carney
had his hand up.
Did he pop back in on the telephone? That may be what just happened.
Yeah,
there he is.
Oh, you see him?
Well, I think he's trying to use that phone number maybe.
Should we just?
There's, oops, Don popped up again. Can I just allow him to speak? I think he's pushing his hand on and off. Hands, when you raise your hand, members of the public, just push the button once. If you push it again, it goes off. So I'm going to allow, you're unmuted now, Don.
Hello. You all know me. You know the work I do with young people in Marin County. Corporate marijuana is a predatory industry. I am working with 11 families whose kids have had psychotic breaks on their high THC addictive product. So they're not only predatory in trying to get kids addicted for a lifetime to their product, they're also duplicitous. They're telling us that they're going to provide tax revenue to the town and to the state to mitigate the damage that it's doing to young people. At the same time, they're lobbying the state to get rid of the excise tax and the growing tax. They're claiming they can't make any money because they're competing with small independent growers. So I can't trust these people. They are hurting our children, and they are lying to everybody about the benefit that they can bring through tax revenue, and the fact that they're going to share some of this revenue to mitigate the damage on young people. At the same time, they're in Sacramento lobbying crazily to lower the excise tax and the growing tax, which will gut the programs that are supported by the marijuana tax, by the problems the marijuana industry creates. I'm totally against this. It's not healthy for our community. It's certainly not healthy for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
The next speaker is Christopher, and it says allow to talk is not available because you're using an older version of Zoom. So I cannot, I guess you did.
That was the same person you read the phone number to and explained to him how to call in.
Exactly. I'm really sorry, Christopher. If you want to send an email to the council, you can do that or maybe it's the phone number below. I'm going to unmute the person who has called in with a phone ending in 40 and see if they're unable to raise their hand. So you can unmute yourself by pressing *6 if you're on the phone calling in. There, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Bridget Clark.
Yes, hi.
You can hear me. Okay, I don't know what's up with my computer. Thanks for calling on me. I wanted to point out, and I appreciate you taking the call, that I would bet money on the fact that the 182 daily trips that they noted in the study is incorrect. I'd put money on it, and I'm not a gambler. I was at Montalban today for 3 hours, and I was studying the traffic myself. I also have someone who used to work for Montalban who lived with me, and I checked in with her. She said never on a day would she, like on a good day, they could have 60 customers. Most people would come with someone. They'd come, by foot as well as, anyway, the traffic study, I know that Parisi does a good job and things, but I'm just concerned about the facts of this because of what I've seen with my own 2 eyes, as well as I spoke to the person working there and I mentioned the number of trips and said, what do you think about the 182 trips? Is it me or does that seem flawed? And she said, do you mean for the whole town of Fairfax, like all the businesses? I'm confused. No, I can't do 182 customers per day. She works alone. And anyway, so I'm just pointing out that it doesn't add up. Their shop is open for 6 hours a day. And Elsa, who I spoke to, who worked there, said this is completely untrue. That's nowhere near the average trips for the current business. And of the 3 parking spots that I saw today, the spaces seem to accommodate everyone. Somebody did have to wait for a parking spot at one point, but they went out and parked on the street. So I really want to, encourage you to look at those numbers. And I agree with so much of what people were saying tonight. And I don't want to belabor things, but I was just really concerned also with the fact that they call fast casual monables, because they compare it to, when I looked it up, like Panera Bread, Chipotle. You know, we're not a strip mall in Santa Rosa. And the person who wrote the traffic study, I noticed, is in
Thank
Santa
you,
Rosa.
Bridget.
Okay, sorry. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I only see Christopher's hand and I can't unmute him. So, oh, I see another hand. Frank Egger, I am going to unmute you. You're unmuted now. Okay, are you talking, Frank? I see you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Are you speaking into your microphone? Your microphone is showing up that it's on. Do you need to turn on the volume or make sure that if you're using like a headset that it's plugged in? We still can't hear you, Frank. I don't know if you can hear me. Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
Why don't you ask him if he can call in?
Yeah, Frank, you want to try dialing in? I can read the number to you. I'm sure you have the agenda. 669-900-9128. Okay. I think Frank. Oh, I see. He unmuted and muted. You just muted yourself.
I did that. I tried
Okay.
unmuting and remuting just in case.
I think we've given him ample time. If we see that he dials in, maybe we can.
So Frank, you've muted yourself now, but I'm not sure. Maybe he didn't want to speak.
Frank, are you there? I'm sorry you're having technical difficulties.
I think he just popped in, no? Maybe not.
Okay, I think we need to close the public hearing. If he wants to dial in, he can. Did you just unmute or did you do that, Michelle?
I just did, just in case he popped in the middle of the next item.
Okay.
So Mayor, can we move on? I see
Yes, we
Frank-
can. Closing the public hearing, bringing it back for discussion and deliberation.
Can I just say something regarding ex parte communications first?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I did not have any, but about 4 minutes before the council meeting, I received a text from Jane Richardson Mack asking me to speak for her, and I told her I could not, and forwarded the text on to our town clerk, and our attorney. So it's in the record, but I believe Jane called in, so I think she was able to make her comments. I just wanted to make sure that people knew that, because that just came out a few minutes before the meeting. So I don't know if anybody else has anything on that, but we might want to get that out of the way.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the prompt, because I would like to disclose who I've spoken with in the community as well. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Catrona.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to disclose that I have had both the owner of the current business, Monables, attempt to contact me and leaving voicemails asking for information about the process. At another point in time, I did not speak to that individual or call them back when they did attempt to call. And I believe there was another individual that lives in the community that I had believed to be associated with the project, who had attempted to reach out for a meeting, though did not disclose what that attempted meeting was about. And I did not meet with that individual. But those were the closest things.
You want to name the individual? You didn't disclose that individual. You don't know who it was?
I do. Dustin
Liebman.
Yes. At one point I had believed that individual was connected to partners with the project or something like that. And but I don't know that for certain, but that was just my belief at the time and why I did not meet with that individual.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll just disclose that I have had no ex parte meetings. We have received, I think, as a council, some emails. It's very hard to tell if they were sent to all of us. I believe that most of them were. So we've had a good number of members of the public reach out to us by email. We did receive communications from the gentleman who spoke.
Anthony.
Yeah, the lawyer who spoke in the beginning. I think he did send all of his communications to all of us. And I haven't had any direct communication since this project has come before us.
Thank you.
And it's the same with me. I've received many emails, but I believe they have all been received by all of us, most of them going through the town clerk. I have not spoken with anybody about this in an ex parte manner.
Thank you. Okay, I visited Marin Alliance to understand their operation and understand the products they sell. Lynette was not present. She called me back. I listened. She shared essentially what she shared this evening. Dustin Liebman also reached out. He serves on our Park and Rec. I know Dustin from the skate park effort. When he contacted me, I told him I couldn't speak about the matter. And I listened to him, his perspective. At the time, he said he wasn't affiliated with Element 7. I subsequently saw him present on Zoom at the Planning Commission meeting. And I think since the council's received communication that he's no longer with them, I haven't really tracked it, but I believe his name is on the application. Todd of Monables has also contacted me. The only conversation I've had with him is just to clarify where we are in the process, because it's very confusing for community members. So, when it got, for example, pushed from the 26th to the 2nd, I think the whole disclosure matter was confusing. So I will respond to process questions like that. I also refer them to the clerk for things like that. And then finally, I believe his name's Anthony Jones, who spoke this evening, and Renee, you mentioned, he contacted me, and I believe he represents Lynette, and he essentially shared what he put in his emails. So, and then finally, I listened to Kelsey Hernandez, who spoke about high risk to youth in our community. She's the ED of Marin Youth Healthy Partnership. So she was someone who reached out to share and educate me on high THC products and the risk to the community. So that's my list. Thank you, Councilmember Kohler. So who wants to begin?
Could we just get a quick, sorry to interrupt, Mayor, but could we get a quick overlay from our town attorney on the process for
Sure.
adjudicating this matter? Thank you.
So as you know, you have 3 permits. Let me put my video on here. As you know, you have 3 permits before you on this particular item. And it's the commercial cannabis business permit, the sign exception permit, and the design review permit. And so those last 2 really depend a great deal on what you do with the commercial cannabis business permit. So that's the first one you should address.
So we'll take it in chunks.
Mm-hmm.
Does that help, Vice Mayor?
I just want to make sure we're all clear on that it all flows from that main first one.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give this a try, if I may, Mayor.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. This is incredibly challenging. I was around in the earlier days when we spent those 22 meetings between the council and the planning commission. We worked exceptionally hard trying to do the right thing for this town. Listened to the public and did our homework and thought we were finished. Worked incredibly hard the first time around because we're constantly challenged with proximity to youth-oriented activities, whether it be schools. Yes, the tutoring center came in last time, parks, daycares, and each member of the community or each entity in the community had their own concerns, and most of them, I would say, were for our youth. So in shuffling things around, as we know, we live in a small town and we only have several very commercial downtown streets that we all spend and love spending our time on. So in making the decision that we made, knowing that we in California, as I was just researching, the dispensary numbers are actually 2 per 100,000 people. So we allow 2 per 7,500 people. And then a lot of them are children. Fairfax will have the only 2 in Marin, as we know. And yet the decision we made was made carefully and meticulously over the course of 20+ meetings. We have allowed them. I played a massive role in where we allowed them, and I believe we allowed them in the wrong places. I take my role in making that decision very seriously and humbly. And I feel at this moment, it's important for me to apologize, to be honest. As I said, we were in a whirl. We were the first really considering this. And I will promise you that other Marin jurisdictions were waiting around and are today waiting around to figure out what we're going to do. The position I'm going to put out here after copious amounts of thinking and studying and reading every ounce of all of the materials, and let me tell you how many there are. My position is not that we go backwards and reopen deliberations regarding commercial uses, numbers of medicinal storefronts or adult use delivery, but I do believe that we have to amend the maps that allow the locations in places that are actually in the interest of the health, safety, and general welfare of our community. Those words have been brought up often, and members of the public did actually call out that we have a section in our code. Section 5.56.070 is under the review and action on applications section of our cannabis business code. Section D in that code states that the town reserves the discretion to not grant any applications in the interest of, again, health, safety, and the general welfare. And before I dive into some of my reasons and my findings and my thoughts around these three often rather nuanced and very hard to define terms, I really just want to express and commend element 7 and Fairfax remedy on your application and on your business model. Just particularly noticeable and unique in your diversity commitment and your hiring practices, your training programs, your diversity board, all the information you put in about your labor and peace agreements, commitment and expertise in sustainability and renewable energy, solar, LED lighting, water savings, the HVAC system, and how it's so carefully crafted. But I'm going to talk about my concerns. My concerns, if we start, and everyone has spoken about traffic, I will not discount the traffic study that W-Trans put together for us and that David Parisi directed and then finally signed off on. But I will tell you that I don't believe it's mathematically possible. I tried to do a whole bunch of math today, and how many monoboles could you possibly scoop if it took 4 minutes per monobole? And my husband helped me actually, because the math problem got incredibly challenging. And what I really realized, and I went downtown today also and just rode my bike around, felt the congestion, felt what it's like to be down there when school lets out, looked at how children transport themselves here and where they end up. They end up in that space. There's space there. This is not a discussion about monoboles, although I love monoboles. This is a discussion about how we use our land and what we use and put in different locations in our town. There are bikes on the sidewalks. There are bikes everywhere because there's not a whole lot of space. And that space provided a place for people where there really wasn't any other, for young people. As someone said, kids gather there. So I would generally around traffic and safety, and this is not disputing numbers, although I've just let you know my anecdotal experience of the numbers, is look at climate impacts. When you talk about the pollution and emissions are generated at the point of acceleration. So people are undoubtedly driving around in order to find parking. We know the congestion in the town already, so cars are stopping and starting, and we've generated cars versus foot traffic. This is not a foot traffic oriented business, despite, and I appreciate that Josh Black was telling us that 30 to 40% would potentially be walk-in. I'm not sure what that's based on, but certainly doesn't seem to compare to what I see now in terms of the walk-in use of that location. Our downtown streets, unfortunately, have marginal biking infrastructure. And so we've got very little space for ease and flow and safe transportation by kids on bikes downtown. I appreciate that the vision is that 9 of the 11 employees that would work there would travel to work by bike, and that 80% of the employees would be Fairfax residents, but I'm not quite sure that's quantifiable. I was thinking about the climate impact when you think about health. And the vehicle miles traveled for visitors to travel in to purchase at this dispensary, compared to the vehicle miles traveled for those Fairfax residents who choose to purchase at other brick and mortar elsewhere, is no comparison. We will generate far more trips in than people will go out in order to purchase in other dispensaries. Being the only two in Marin County, we will generate people coming to Fairfax in their cars. Been looking and trying to think a lot about what the general welfare actually means. Found a definition that seemed to be interesting in this case, and it states the concern of the government for the health, peace, morality, and safety of its citizens. It's also the promotion of the general welfare is also stated, is a stated purpose in the state constitution and statutes, although there's controversy from all angles on what that actually means. So we can only take a stab at what that might mean. I can't find that this is in the public interest, that this is for the greater good. And the greater good meaning for the future benefit of others, for the big picture, meaning thinking and going beyond your initial thoughts or satisfying an immediate gratification. So acting for the general welfare and for the betterment of the greater good takes some study, takes some pause, and asking these hard questions, which are difficult to quantify. So going into health, we know this is high profile. This is a high profile location. We know we have no policies regulating numbers of liquor stores, despite that data speaks to increased youth access, youth targeted advertising, and the high percentage of adult use in Marin as a major contributor to youth abuse and addiction. Admittedly, this needs to be in our code, and we worked hard to avoid this with cannabis. So because we haven't done it well for alcohol doesn't mean we shouldn't do it well for cannabis. We did do our best. This location creates a main street visibility in a very small town, and a small town meaning that everybody knows everyone. So youth are going to see their teachers, their parents, their friends' parents, the older kids that they've always looked up to. And it does signify that weed is cool. And it also signifies, and they know that weed is expensive in a dispensary. And so having this dispensary here is not going to keep our kids from using the black market. One legal, well-run, best practice dispensary in Fairfax does not have the power, in my opinion, to make a dent in the growing black market. It's just too expensive. So Fairfax, and really what it comes down to is Fairfax, all eyes on Fairfax, and Fairfax can't shift the black market versus the legal balance as in being the only shop in Marin. People have spoken about fake IDs, which I don't know, actually, honestly, very many kids who don't have them, online medical cards and ease of access. And then the high THC situation, which we have articles that dispute that. And then we have great and growing evidence based on what Colorado is doing. Policy-wise, I think we need to stop and listen to that. I want to jump to safety and security. So security, the precautions that are being taken as described in this application are admirable and appreciated and incredibly thorough, which you would think is something we should thank you for. And on the one hand, we do. I do. On the other hand, when you look at the signage that's being proposed, and it says loitering is strictly prohibited at all entrances. These premises are continually monitored, CCTV security cameras, panic buttons, alarms, and it's not conducive to browsing or shopping or the 30 to 40% of folks that might come and sort of wander in the area. This is a shopping street in a small walkable town. I took out just a few things from the application and about the security, and it's extensive. So they speak about major, let's see how they're communicating. Panic buttons will alert Bay Alarm, an external security monitoring company who will then quickly view camera records to quickly assess the situation, coordinate with local law enforcement. Ongoing security issues, loitering in the car park, vandalism, or attempted entry by a minor will be dealt with as needed. It's going to be a heavily guarded, and in many areas that would be greatly needed and appreciated, but it is going to change the general feel of that downtown area, which has become a gathering place for people, for families, and everything that you've already heard from the public. What the public has shared is 700 people on a petition. Granted, petitions are very hard to, again, to quantify. They're based on the information that people hear from the petitioner. But I go back to standing strong that it is our duty as protectors of the general welfare, health, and safety of our community that at this time we not grant the application, and that we go back and we look at appropriate places for such a business. These maps can be looked at without going back to 22 meetings. The review needed is not extensive. The maps are complete. We need to move the buffers around to protect our most lively, well-frequented, multi-age, multi-festive spaces in our town on those 3 main streets. So those are my feelings tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Goddard. Councilmember Ackerman.
Just making sure I'm unmuted. Thank you, Councilmember Goddard, for stepping in and being the first to speak. Many of the things you said resonate with me, and
Could you speak up a little bit? I'm sorry, Bruce, I can't hear you.
thanking Councilmember Goddard for being the first to speak. And one of the main things that resonates with me is the idea that we, and I also feel we did work very hard on this, as you said. And I think that we need to still go back and look at the maps again. I totally agree with that. It was a difficult situation at the time, and we knew it, and it still is difficult. And here we are faced with an actual application that, and as was pointed out, we were faced with another application prior to this. And in both cases, whoops, the maps really didn't convey it all. The difficulty is that we are a very small town. You can walk through all of downtown in a few minutes. It's a very small town, and it's mostly pedestrian, and there are a lot of youth here, and we just don't have room for anything that we don't want to have front and center in front of our youth. The location, the very unique location at School Street, where our current dispensary is really one of the few places that it seems like it can work. And there are some issues with that, but there's parking, and it's kind of out of the way. It's close to downtown, but it's kind of out of the way and isn't just front and center. Most other places in our commercial sector are, and that's where a lot of the concerns are. And I don't see, I don't know what we're going to do when we go look at them, but I think we do need to look at the maps again and look at this process again. We also envisioned a process. The the process, which we put so much time into, the planning commission scoring applicants, and if the score is above 80, then it gets to go to us. That whole process seems a little redundant at this point, because that process was envisioning and imagining that there would be many applications, and our main task would be to choose among them. But what's actually happened is we're now looking at one application. So it's a sort of an odd process when it's in that scenario. But here we are, and to go to my concerns, and I will say that every email and every communication that I have seen has been, and as the public comment was tonight, it's just unanimous that people are not happy about this application. People are not happy about this coming to town at this location for a handful of reasons that are repeated over and over again. The proximity to the bus stop, to Perry's Deli, and that whole area of town, the small size of that building, as I spoke about earlier when we were talking with our traffic consultant, Parisi, that building at one time was an optometrist. There was a little optometrist office that only one person would come into at a time. And then it became Monables, which is also a pretty small business, so a few people come into at a time, and they're mostly coming in on foot, and they're mostly youth who are not driving. I too really, I just cannot imagine that these traffic studies are accurate. I don't want to criticize our traffic engineer who actually was doing a peer review of this study that was done by WTRAN, but somehow those numbers just can't be right. The current use it generates very few car trips. That is abundantly clear. And I actually worked on the bus shelter. Jensen and I both worked on the bus shelter roof, put a metal roof on that bus shelter. It took several days of work, and we're right across from Monables. So that was a long period of seeing what goes on over there. And I can't remember seeing a car drive up and park there to go to that establishment. There's that whole block is the cars are mostly going to Barefoot Cafe or to Perry's Deli. But Monables, I don't think, is generating much traffic at all. So I think the difference, and then this dispensary could potentially bring a lot of out of town traffic, because we would then be the only two dispensaries in the county, and it would be expected that would bring traffic. It would be desirable to the business to bring traffic. I just think it's fairly clear that there's going to be more. So that's been a concern, and that's a concern of mine. So the proximity to the kids and the traffic are two big concerns. It's hard to know whether to get into anything else, because we really are, we have to focus on this topic at this point. But I come down to that in the interest of the general welfare of the town, I don't think this is the place for this business at this time. And I do think that we as a council need to go back and address how we can revise our mapping and our buffer areas or our considerations so that we don't get into this situation again. But we might be talking more, but I'll leave it at that for now and let others speak. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cutrano.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I've actually taken some notes here. And so if y'all allow me to just read some of that too, I hope that's okay. So I've Taken in all of the facts before me, documentation regarding the business, its proposed operations in Fairfax, the location, and all items in the public record, I also appreciate the applicant's good faith effort this evening to address the Planning Commission's rationale for denial. Furthermore, I acknowledge that there was a process devised by a former council that did not exclude the location where the applicants seek to operate. What the process could not have predicted is that there would be a new housing element update that included 490 new housing units, the town's portion of the Bay Area's regional housing needs allocation mandated by California Department of Housing and Community Development, also known as HCD. The Association of Bay Area Governments, ABAG, states that the regional housing needs allocation, which we call RHNA, is a collaborative effort to address our region's housing crisis. RHNA is required to meet 5 statutory objectives: increasing housing supply and mix of housing types with the goal of improving housing affordability and equity, promoting infill development and socioeconomic equity, protecting the environment and agricultural resources by focusing on transit-oriented development and not on sprawl, and encouraging efficient development patterns and achieving greenhouse gas reduction targets to that end. It also means improving intra-regional jobs to housing relationships, as well as balancing the disproportionate household income distributions and affirmatively furthering fair housing. After much deliberation, I don't know if y'all are aware, ABAG Executive Board approved the Bay Area's final regional housing needs allocation plan on December 16th, 2021, and HCD approved ABAG's final RHNA on January 12th of 2022. At our last meeting, the Town Council's regular meeting on January 19th, 2022, we, the Fairfax Town Council, unanimously approved the draft housing sites inventory, which identified specific sites that may be suitable for residential development during the 2023 to 2031 RHNA housing, the RHNA cycle, in order to accommodate Fairfax's allocated 490 potential future housing units. Site 16, Central Commercial Downtown, located in the approved draft housing sites inventory list, contained the site where the applicants desire to operate. The rationale for inclusion of Site 16, Central Commercial Downtown, in the approved draft housing sites inventory was its location in the, quote, Fairfax downtown area with an extensive range of services, amenities, and direct access to transit. Housing already occurs in this district, and there are a variety of sites with unrealized upstairs housing potential, end quote. This rationale is supported by policy C 6.1 in the Town of Fairfax General Plan, which includes the following programs. Program C 6.1.1, encouraging infill redevelopment and reuse of vacant or underutilized parcels, employing minimum density requirements that are appropriate to support transit, bicycling, and walking, as well as Program C 6.1.2, promoting mixed-use development to provide housing and commercial service near employment centers and thereby reducing the necessity of driving, and Program C 6.1.3, locating higher density development along transit corridors and near multimodal transit stations. This rationale is supported by similar program language located in policy C 6.3 in the Town of Fairfax General Plan, which includes and I'll go on to say the first constraint for Site 16, Central Commercial Downtown, in the recently approved housing sites inventory draft, states the issue is low availability of underutilized sites in this district, in this Central Commercial Downtown area. So when confronted with the possible future uses of this site, I have to find that the 5 statutory objectives of RHNA that I referenced above, housing affordability, equity, achieving greenhouse gas reduction, other environmental project targets via well-sited transit-oriented infill development, I believe those to be compelling visions for this site. A site which is situated almost directly, as Councilmember Ackerman just said, across from the main transit station on the main arterial roadway within the boundaries of the town. The investigation of these potentialities is, I believe, in the interest of the general welfare of the town. The proposal before us tonight conflicts with the above mentioned potentialities for this site, which the town is now considering via its housing element process. Furthermore, given the 490 housing units the town must plan for in this upcoming RHNA cycle, it is conceivable to conclude that Fairfax might become denser in the future. Any added vehicular traffic from new businesses serving a regional clientele will exacerbate congestion and multimodal levels of service. And per policy C-1.1 in the town of Fairfax general plan, we, the town, are obligated to the extent permitted by regional transportation plans to maintain the commercial and community function of Sir Francis Drake Boulevard in the town center. We must consider these futures when adjudicating land use matters in the central commercial district, I believe. And as a result of the findings above, I'm firmly of the opinion that the town should utilize its discretion to not grant any applications at this location in the interest of that general welfare of the town. And further, given the new developments with regard to RHNA in the town's current housing element process, I believe, like my colleagues here, that we need to review the cannabis business plans to ensure siting doesn't conflict with the regional housing needs to address this housing crisis for everyone. So those are my opening comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Kohler?
Yes, thank you. So I have a few notes I jotted down, and I want to say that 3 of us were on the council back during those 22 plus meetings. And Renee and I were on the council when, even prior to that, we had multitudes of meetings on medical cannabis before Prop 64. And also, the decisions that were made in 2019 were very difficult decisions to come to. And when someone becomes a member of this council, it's okay to ask to revisit those decisions, but typically people move on and accept those ordinances that were established by prior councils, unless there's a critical flaw, which some of you may feel there is. First, I want to say something that many of you have heard. I really have no interest in using either this new business, if it were approved, or the existing business. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't take drugs, use any form of cannabis. I also want to remind folks that when Prop 64, because we heard so much similar testimony to what we heard during those numerous meetings in 2019 and prior, nearly 78% of voters in Fairfax did vote in favor of Prop 64. But I guess there is the not in my backyard argument that many folks have brought up. There was a recent Associated Press article that talked about, and other articles recently that talked about the illegal market in cannabis in California is booming. And some of that is because more than 2/3 of cities, towns, and other jurisdictions have banned cultivation and other businesses. So I'm not sure what we're doing, because there is I hear the concerns about youth, but I also know that many youth are smoking pot, buying from illegal street dealers, growing in their backyards if they can, or growing somewhere. They're subject to pesticides. The illegal market, we know that fentanyl can be mixed with cannabis. I don't want children to get any cannabis products, but if they were to get regulated products, at least they would be pesticide free and fentanyl free and some of the other toxic waste. I'm concerned about talking about revisiting those locations. At the time we made those decisions, I voted against the locations, and the only reason being because at the very last, there was a business that wanted to locate down Sir Francis Drake in the Architects Building near Willow Avenue. And other members of the council wanted then to add the tutoring center that's near there so they could be eliminated. So that's why I voted no. We also decided at that time that we would have more than one business in town. What I'm hearing tonight is frankly that no more businesses are welcome. And there will always be a reason why there will be youth next door. If we revisited those locations, there's pretty much almost nowhere any business could be as it is now. And you heard Element 7 talk about there was really very few locations that they could even think to go. So there's that. I think Councilmember Goddard was right in praising Element 7 for their business plan, their equity, their sustainability. Another thing that I appreciate is this building, which is not ADA accessible now, would become ADA accessible. That is really good for many folks who don't have the ability to get around as easily as some of us do. We do require security, so to have concerns about security in this building, I'm not sure that I understand that. Some of the folks talked about their counts at Montevo. I have the utmost respect for our traffic engineer, David Parisi, and the work that he did. He also mentioned that there's a fourfold buffer in what was done with Montevo's. So I'm sitting here thinking, I think these people meet what we were looking for in the kind of business where they have a good business plan. They seem to have a good handle on the cannabis regulations. That is positive. We don't need somebody coming in who is just sort of figuring this stuff out and then learning as they go. As far as the housing inventory, what we approved 2 weeks ago more than covered the 490, and most of those housing sites are frankly located near the downtown. I'm wondering why, since this is being brought up tonight, why this particular business wasn't brought up 2 weeks ago as a potential housing site. So I think they have a good business plan. I think wherever we are in this town, there will be youth nearby. But when we chose those locations more than about 2 years ago, we made sure that these businesses wouldn't be located near schools or daycare centers, and in fact, a tutoring center, which I don't believe really qualifies, but I accept what the council did at that time. Our town is a small town. There will be youth in any location. There will always be a reason to say no. So if everyone's goal, and we haven't heard from the mayor yet, is to say no, I'm very concerned at what was done and the thought process and the numerous meetings, the arduous decision making. I'm just really dismayed here. I feel like we're just second guessing what was done. And I think the real answer is that folks are really not interested in having another business. And I'm wondering why 3 of us that were on the council at the time didn't just say we're not interested in another business in town. Because I think that's where the discussion is going tonight. So I haven't heard anything compelling that's new that tells me that this would constitute an impact to public health, safety, or welfare of our general residents. And I think these folks are proposing a business that embraces a lot of what we like in this town. Sustainability, an EV charger, ADA accessibility. You know, they're willing to change the colors if we don't like the colors. But I think they changed quite a bit to adapt to something that would fit in and not be standing out like a sore thumb. So I have some concerns about the discussion tonight, but you know, I respect my fellow council members' right to have their opinions as much as you respect my right to have my opinion. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you all. So where do I begin? I want to begin with acknowledging element 7. I understand from our staff that you've been extremely cooperative and flexible and patient. And certainly we know you've adapted in many ways to our policy. And I thank you for being here tonight. I guess I'll respond to Barbara first. I think what I'm hearing from my colleagues and from the public this evening, I want to thank the public as well, is that this is an evolving landscape. And I think this is the first time this process that you all did really solid due diligence and made best efforts. This is the first time it's been tested, right? And it was designed for multiple bids. We got one application. So I think it's flawed. I think we're seeing that. And I think, you know, we're recognizing that it's not a good location. This site is not a good location. So I'm going to hone in on a few things. The first item I want to read it to the public is our code chapter 5.56. It opens up in Article 1. The purpose and intent of this chapter is to regulate commercial cannabis activities located within the town of Fairfax in order to promote the health, safety, and general welfare of residents and businesses within the town. I emphasize the verb promote. Commercial cannabis activities shall comply with all provisions of the municipal code, state law, and other applicable local codes and regulations, including all applicable land use zoning regs imposed by cannabis activity. So I wanted to make sure we're all anchored in that statement. And so a couple things, what I heard tonight. I have a lot of youth in my life. I have 3 teenagers. I have 3 nephews. I have nieces and nephews and second cousins that are all young adults. I'm keenly aware of a mental health crisis that our youth is facing, what was exacerbated by COVID. And I just, in good faith, I cannot support this application at this site, knowing it's a congregating site and knowing how much youth pedestrian traffic there is in this area for all the stated reasons, the bus, etc. I heard so many members of the public step forward with their concerns that you know, what the lessons learned Colorado is seeing, I think is very real. And I don't know why we would ignore that. They're years ahead of us. And it's just too high risk to put our young people safety at risk. I won't do it. I won't do it. I'm going to delve into the traffic a little bit just to tell you, you know, we've all said we love Dave Parisi. It's not about his methodology, and it wasn't his methodology. He signed off on the report. But let's just, there's a gentleman this evening who talked about common sense. Let's just talk about common sense, okay? Let's take this fast casual restaurant, which is Monables. Let's just take it in half, okay? Take the 182 in half, like they're suggesting, okay? They're open 6 hours a day, okay? So if you divide 91 by 6 hours, that's 15 car trips per hour, or 1 car every 4 minutes. Anybody visiting our town, anybody who lives here knows that is just so out of whack. It's just not reasonable. It's nothing personal about who did this. They didn't take the time and measure the traffic at Monables. This data is so off. I would estimate that it's 10 to 20% of this 182. Based on the anecdotal surveying that the people did today, 8 cars in 3 hours. Multiply that times 5. Let's say they're 500% off, right? That's 40 cars in a day. Okay, so this data is so flawed. I wholly reject it. The other item that I think is important from a safety perspective is the left on Sir Francis Drake. Anytime I do that at the gas station, it is terrifying, and I think that's a real issue. I think that's the only other item I wanted to raise. Oh, there is a petition that's on the public record. It was sent to us. We have over 700 community members in opposition. I think that's a new record. This is not the will of the people, and I think we need to listen to the community on this. And then finally, you know, the external surveillance, I think that's something that, you know, that doesn't meet with the town vibe in this. You know, I've been to several in Colorado and Oregon and California, and it's definitely like, I don't know how to describe it, but you're on guard, you know, when you walk in, and it's, you know, I just visualizing a security guard out there. It's a very narrow sidewalk. It's not, it just doesn't meet with the town, the village, like the whole vibe of our community. And so while I appreciate, like I said in my opening, Element 7 doing everything they can and did to meet our standards and our policies, it's just not the right site. And I'm not saying we're going to go back and relook at, I don't think we should revisit, you know, 1 versus 2. We're certainly not hosting 22 meetings. I think we reevaluate the maps, as Councilmember Goddard suggested. So I think that's all I have to say. Do we have any other comments, or somebody want to make a motion?
Can I just make a clarification real quick?
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, Councilmember Kohler, thanks for your input and your comments. I appreciated them. You asked why the housing related issue wasn't brought up as a potential housing site 2 weeks ago at the January 19th meeting. And my comments reflected that it was in the shapefile that we unanimously approved at that meeting. And so I just wanted to clarify that for the record, that we collectively approved that site inventory with that particular shapefile for that site that is currently being used by Monables. Thanks.
And just a minor point, but I just wanted to add for the public, for anybody who's listening, that it's notable to me that when we went through those long 22 meetings and discussed and debated so extensively what cannabis retail policy would be in this town, the public input that we got, which we got from many, many, many people, but it was on both sides. It was on all sides. It wasn't clear. I mean, we really had to sort through this. It wasn't one-sided as to whether we should have more or fewer, or a strict or a more relaxed approach to it. In this particular application and in this particular location and at this particular time, the public input has been just overwhelmingly that this isn't the right location and place for it. So I just wanted to point that out from my point of view. Maybe other people have seen other, but that's what I've seen, is just a very big difference there in the reaction of the public. So
thank you, Bruce. Renee?
Yeah, I would offer to make a motion at this time if my fellow council members don't have any additional comments.
I just have one question for Janet to make sure that we don't need to do anything else on this item.
Let me try the motion and see what happens.
I just want to add, are you planning on making the findings?
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Janet.
It's not just a motion. You have to make the findings
in the motion.
Yep.
I'm not sure.
If I may.
You may.
Okay, thank you. So what I think you should do at this point is someone should make a motion to direct staff to come back to the next meeting with a resolution denying the commercial cannabis business permit for the reasons stated, that you all individually stated. So you'll need to continue this item, direct staff to come back with a resolution, a draft resolution for your consideration at the next meeting, denying the commercial cannabis business permit for the reasons stated, that you each individually stated, the findings that you made. And since a decision is not final until you actually vote on the resolution, you'll have to review what is brought before you. You can modify it, you can change it, add to it, take from it, whatever is appropriate. And you'll have to vote on that resolution. And until you do that, it's not final. It's not a final decision, because even what we've heard tonight, people can change their minds. There can be a different outcome. So given that, if you continue the commercial cannabis business permit, also continue the design review permit, continue the sign exception permit, and then when we next get to item 18, I recommend that you continue that as well, because everything flows from and depends on what happens with the commercial cannabis business permit. And so that should be the very first thing that is decided. And since it won't be final until the next meeting, everything else should be continued and follow along and be on that next agenda. That's my recommendation.
Thank you, Janet. I am comfortable moving forward with a motion. And that motion would be directing staff to come back with a draft resolution to consider denying the commercial cannabis business permit, citing the findings stated by the individual council members at February 2nd meeting, and continue the design review permit and sign exception permit for a cannabis storefront retailer, medical retailer, adult use retail, delivery only business at 1930 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, the applicant Element 7 Fairfax Remedy.
I'm happy to second that.
Yeah.
Motion Goddard, second Cutrano. Michelle, can we get a roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Kohler,
No.
Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano,
Yes.
Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
That's 4 yeses and Councilmember Kohler, no. Motion passes.
Thank you. Janet, can you give some guidance on the other 2 items would be rendered moot, I would imagine. And we talked about number 18. You just want to summarize that for our next steps here.
I think you should continue number 18, call it, and then we should continue it because it's going to depend on what happens at the final action of the vote on the commercial cannabis business permit.
Okay, so the draft of the resolution will come back at the next meeting, at which point we'll take final action on that and hold the public hearing on the formula piece.
We will address the number 8, what is number 18 right now. We will address that. So we'll have both of these items will be on the next agenda.
Got it.
Continued to the next agenda. So we need to right now, we need to go to 18. We need to call it. We need to move to continue it to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. So we are finished with 17 then.
Yes.
Okay.
Until next meeting, until the next meeting.
Until the next meeting. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 18. There's a recommendation to continue this item. Do we have a motion?
I'll move to continue to the next meeting.
Should I read the item number? Should I read it in full?
I can read that.
Okay.
Report. So the motion would be, we have the item 18, which is to hold the public hearing, close the public hearing and bring the matter back to the council for discussion and deliberation about an appeal to the planning commission, appeal of the planning commission denial of a formula business conditional use permit for the medical cannabis storefront retailer and adult use retail delivery only business at 1930 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. The motion is to continue that item to the next meeting or whichever meeting it is that the item 17 comes back to us with a draft resolution.
I would just make a friendly amendment that should be at the next meeting.
Yes.
If it's another meeting, it's the next meeting.
Right.
To the next meeting, yeah.
And so I would second it with that, if you accept the friendly amendment.
Okay. I heard Ackerman made the motion, second Kohler. Michelle, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano,
Yes.
and Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, moving on. Council reports and comments. Any announcements related to this? Nope.
No.
Okay, town managers report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just very quickly, the actions that you took tonight on consent, as noted by one of our members of the public earlier. I'm excited to announce that our climate action coordinator, I'm having a blank, Sean Ura, will be joining our team. It'll be a shared agreement between the town of San Anselmo and the town of Fairfax to have Sean serve our two communities as our climate action coordinator. This is very exciting. It's the first time we've had this position in the two towns, and obviously moving forward on implementing our climate action plan will be a really meaningful benefit having an actual staff person to work with the Climate Action Committee to make this progress. Aligned with that, and you've seen the good work from our Public Works Director, our interim Public Works Director, Jonathan Goldman. Aligned with that is that this position will report to our Public Works Director on the Fairfax side and will report to the Planning Director at the San Anselmo side, because they're both interrelated from the land use and planning side of planning, and obviously capital projects with Public Works. So Sean will have the benefit of working under the supervision of two directors from the two different towns. We'll send out this as a public notice in our newsletter welcoming Sean to our town, and once we have his email and phone number available, we'll also make that available to the public. Additionally, with the action tonight, with the shared service agreement with the town of Corte Madera took action last night on the same agreement to share the administrative analyst, who happens to be Lorena Barrera, who has worked for us on loan from the town of Corte Madera. Corte Madera voted 5-0, just as you did tonight, to enter into the shared service agreement. And so we're very excited that Lorena will be officially joining our team and working with our town clerk and with staff on the DEI type of activities that were laid out to the council back in October. So in the very near future, we'll have an update on the great work that Lorena will be doing for both the town of Fairfax and the town of Corte Madera. Again, looking at these issues regionally will benefit all of us. So again, I applaud the council for their actions and thank you for your continued leadership. I will end with that, with the exciting news that at your next meeting on March 2nd, you'll be welcoming your new town manager, Heather Abrams, who I know is watching these meetings and is very excited. Each time I talk to her, she's very excited about joining this team and wants you all to know that she's looking forward to March 2nd very much. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions of the council and thank you all for your service.
So the next meeting is going to be your last meeting?
I will join Heather.
Look at that smile.
And hand her the wheel and sit in the passenger seat. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
It's been my pleasure. My pleasure serving you all. So I look forward to the last month here.
Okay. Thank you for that report. Really excited about all that news, including Sean and Lorena. We welcome them warmly. Any questions for Adam? I see your hands raised, Renee. That might be from.
No, it's about the agenda forecast. So
Yeah, I have some.
I was premature, sorry.
Okay. So let's talk about future agenda items.
Okay, I just actually had a question because I see here that at the March 2nd meeting, we'll be discussing the discussion item regarding rent stabilization. Is that similar to what the two folks spoke of in open time when they spoke about
Yes.
rent control? Okay.
Yes.
So that's so that will be on the agenda. Perfect. Great. That was my question, and thank you very much for that.
Yeah. Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes, I wanted to, and I've spoken with both Adam and Jonathan about this. And so I wanted to bring this to council at as soon as we can to suggest the formation of an ad hoc committee. This would not be a permanent committee that is under the Brown Act, but an ad hoc committee to advise on the pavilion and related projects, including the kind of thing that we looked at item 16 tonight. These are complicated. They be a lot of different things fitting together. We've got the seismic retrofit and ADA retrofit of the pavilion. We've got redoing of the lighting, redoing of the kitchen, possibly moving some things around, obviously changing the bathrooms, a lot of stuff on the pavilion with possibly including doing the roof. Possibly that might mean we might replace the solar. Meanwhile, we're getting electric vehicles, which is connected with the charging on the pavilion, and that ultimately with leading into a microgrid design. We've got other chargers for other electric vehicles, and those chargers need to be out of the floodplain, which the current charger out there is not. So that needs to be rethought. And Jonathan, our interim public works director, has expressed not in detail to me, but certainly the vision that the corporation yard could use a lot of work, and the place where his office is and where the other people out there work could use some improvement. And so there's just a lot of things that all fit together. There used to be a pavilion restoration committee, but that was before my time. I never met with them or saw what they did, but possibly finding someone that comes in from that.
I think you've made your case. I don't know. So I'm sort of at a loss. Do we need to vote on this right now, or what do you suggest?
That from discussion with Adam, that this would go through the council to decide who would be on this committee, or at least what the criteria would be, and just stand up the committee. Adam, you want to
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Ackerman. Yes, Mayor, we'll put this on the next agenda on March 2nd.
Okay.
We'll agendize it. You
That
guys
sounds
can
great.
Consider how you want to populate it and give us direction, and we'll go from there.
That sounds great. Councilmember Corler?
Yeah, I just want to say, since March, whatever date that is, will be Heather's first meeting, I have a suggestion that we might want to take it easy on her. And some of the items that are particularly, will engender a lot of public comment, like rent stabilization and perhaps the new gas station, and the fact that we've just continued some items that I realize we had one public hearing which was closed, so we won't have further public comment. I just think you may want to rethink what you pack on that next agenda, so that we give Heather a little time, and we have time for some of these things. So I'm sure you guys will work on that. I just wanted to throw that out there, and next meeting will be changed because we just continued some stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a valid concern, and thank you for being sensitive to her onboarding. Bruce, do you still have something to say, or is that from before?
No, I'm on my phone, and it really is a project to lower my hand. There we go.
I'd like you all to help me. Last week, we had an MCCMC meeting, and we talked about the formation of an ad hoc subcommittee, or maybe it's just subcommittee. And for the life of me, I can't remember what the focus was.
Well, I can help you.
Thank you.
It was about forming a group that would work with the Marin managers on really sort of delving into the regional aspect of so much that the county is coming to each of the jurisdictions, kind of taking a bite at where the county is, their budget is really dealing with 258,000 people, not the 51,000 people in the county.
Right.
Incorporated areas. So they want someone that will help sort of sort out some of those issues so we don't just continue to get these bite at the apples, that we think through it more
When you say
carefully.
bite at the apple, you mean when they come to us for fun, like partially funding this and that and
yeah. So I think what they're looking for is maybe a more strategic way of approaching that and having more, oomph when we talk to the county, rather than this, one step at a time. And so I don't know if that helped, but I think there's a need.
Yeah, I think they also said it would be very a short.
Yeah, I think they only talked about 3 meetings, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So do we want to add that, or are you comfortable with me appointing someone, or?
Do we need it agendized in order to talk about it right now?
Well, we haven't typically agendized these in the past, I've noticed, but I'm happy to start a new process.
Well, I think because that one was a little unique. Well, I don't know. I mean, typically what we've done in the past is you're sitting at a table, at MCCMC, and it kind of comes up and we all sort of talk.
Right.
And those are Brown Act meetings, but they're not done that way anymore. So what do you think, Janet?
Well, you don't have to have it on the agenda to form any kind of subcommittee. If something comes up and you want to form a council subcommittee, no more.
It's not a council subcommittee. It's just one person to work with the town managers and other electeds in Marin.
Is it part of a larger group?
It's part of it would be the Marin managers would appoint some people to work with electeds from each of the jurisdictions. So only one potentially, maybe 2.
I believe it's an MCCMC subcommittee. So it would be us internally appointing to this MCCMC ad hoc committee.
Right. Okay. So in that case, you should put it on the agenda if you have time to do that. Otherwise, the mayor can select someone and appoint them as a mayoral appointment.
But it has to be on the agenda.
If you bring it back for a council vote, it should be on the agenda.
What if we just tried to decide right now? Is that legal with the Brown Act?
Well, it's not on the agenda, but if the mayor wishes to appoint someone, so we're not going to have a vote.
Right.
If somebody might want to volunteer, does somebody want to volunteer?
We have a precedent of the mayor appointing for this kind of thing. So I think it's a pattern that we can, if you all are comfortable, I just want there to be transparency and.
Go for it.
Okay, I appoint Renee.
Uh-uh.
No?
Fine.
I thought you said you wanted it.
No, in fact, I really don't want it, but I really appreciate the offer.
Wait, that's hilarious.
I would be willing to do it if you're interested, because I work on the HUD committee, where there's a constant thing where that money is coming for the entire county.
Yeah.
The county keeps getting credit for it when it's all of our money.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic, and I think you're well suited to. It'd be great if you could, share as you go. So
absolutely,
consider yourself appointed.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else?
One item not on the next agenda.
Yeah, exactly. I'd like to adjourn in memory of Fairfax residents Guy de Cooper. I hope I pronounced that right. And Jack Bulgari.
Thank you.
Rest in peace. Have a good night.
Good night.
Everyone.
Well.